Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed participants from all over the world, welcome to the 8th edition of Adobe DITAWORLD 2023 Day 1. It is my great honor to be your host over the next 3 days for this remarkable event. Together, alongside my esteemed co-host Matt Sullivan, we will guide you through a day filled with inspiration, knowledge, and transformative insights. Before we embark on this captivating journey, I would like to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each and every one of you. This gathering of brilliant minds and industry leaders from around the world is a true testament to the power of collaboration and the shared pursuit of excellence in content operations. As we begin this exciting day, we are privileged to have a distinguished speaker deliver the official welcome note. Join me in welcoming Vivek Kumar, Senior Director of Products at Adobe, whose visionary leadership has propelled Adobe technical communication products to the forefront of innovation. Vivek's words will set the stage for the transformative experiences that await us. Throughout the day, we will be immersed in a diverse range of sessions, each offering unique insights and inspiring stories. We will explore the early assessment of AI in content operations with Sarah O'Keefe, CEO at Scriptorium, who will challenge us to consider whether AI is the meteor while we are the dinosaurs. So be prepared for her keynote following Vivek's welcome note. And look forward to be captivated by the incredible journey of Ernst & Young as they use DITA to drive the evolution of global assurance knowledge. EY's Technology Director Brian Skodinsky and Shannon Wader, Associate Director, will share their expertise and insights showcasing the power of DITA in the world of global assurance knowledge. And Mayo Clinic, a renowned institution in healthcare, will unveil their decision to choose Adobe Experience Manager Guides. Sebastian Führer, Director of Content Engineering and Operations at Mayo Clinic, and Bernhard Aschwanden, EVP Business Development at Precision Content, will take us on a super fun journey through their decision-making process and the remarkable outcomes they have achieved. And the midday keynote by Chet Dipta, Senior Solution Consultant at Acrolinx, promises to be a true symphony of inspiration. Chet will enlighten us on the art of elevating enterprise communication in the AI age, demonstrating how content can harmoniously resonate with the changing times. And prepare to be amazed as Divraj Singh, Senior Manager Solution Consulting at Adobe, showcases how AI can transcend paragraphs and revolutionize your enterprise content, and what Adobe is building into our solutions to help you getting the max out of AI for your knowledge content. Dilip K, Group Product Manager, and Vinod Gupta, Senior Engineering Manager, both from Adobe, will guide us through the realm of complex connections and present a simple solution to transform your CCMS into a true content hub. Their expertise will empower you to seamlessly integrate external systems, unlocking the full potential of your content management infrastructure. And lastly, we will have the privilege of learning from Markus Wiedenmeyer, CEO at Crex.net Germany, who will reveal the hidden depth of structured content. In his expert session, Markus will illuminate the true value and versatility of structured content, showcasing its potential to revolutionize your content processes. Throughout the day, Matt Sullivan, my esteemed co-host, and I will be your guides, walking hand in hand with you on this remarkable journey, and together we will explore the frontiers of innovation, challenge conventional thinking, and unlock the boundless potential that lies within each and every one of us. Now let us embrace the grandeur of Adobe DITAWORLD 2023 Day 1. Prepare to be inspired, enlightened, and transformed maybe. Welcome, one and all, to a day that will shape the trajectory of your content operations. Thank you again for joining us on this extraordinary adventure. Let the knowledge flow, let the connections deepen, and the inspiration ignite. Communicate among each other and with the speakers in the chat, exchange ideas, ask questions, have fun, and enjoy the day. May your time at Adobe DITAWORLD 2023 be unforgettable.
Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to the 8th edition of Adobe DITAWORLD. It's truly amazing to see how this conference has grown over the years. Thanks for participating. Thanks for joining in. Thank you very much. Very few technology has captured the imagination of the world so fast as the AI. You will find everybody talking about it. Almost everybody has used it in some form or the other. Every few days, you will see some new innovation is coming out. It's so rapid. So let's look at some of those aspects about the acceleration, what is happening, and why it is kind of rapidly growing, and also some of the impact it is bringing in. So till now, AI was more about understanding the human behavior, understanding the real world. You must have seen the famous picture of training the AI that to understand the image of the cat, right? So it was all about that, like making systems, AI systems, more intelligent to understand the human behavior. Now it has moved to creating the future. So it can create text, images, music, videos, source code, and whatnot. It's truly amazing what is happening and what the possibilities are. So let's look at what is happening. Why sudden rapid acceleration, and like what all things have changed behind the scenes. So one is the data set. So AI systems need to be trained on the data sets, and more it has kind of looked at different aspects of the data, and more data, the better it will be. And the data were not available. So you can see that earlier years, 1980s and so on, the the amount of data available was far less. But now in 2020s and roundabout, you can see that all AI systems, they are dealing with 1 trillion data set. It's like huge amount of data which is kind of getting consumed. And ChatGPT, Flan, a whole lot of technology they are named, and you can see that that space top right corner is so crowded, and so many technologies and AI systems are available, which is consuming that kind of a data set. You must have heard about the Moore's law. It is about doubling the compute power every 2 years. But that was true till 2012. Post 2012, it is doubling every 3.4 months. If it was growing at the rate what Moore's had predicted, it would have grown after 2012 about 30x, 30 times, right? But it has grown 300,000 times. So you can imagine the compute power which is available today. And so data set, large data set, and the huge amount of compute power which is available. And that has kind of accelerated the AI systems and what it can do. You must have heard about models. So training the AI system. So it can be trained to, I gave the example of a cat. It can be trained to understand whether the image has a cat or not. So that was just one model, right? It can be trained to kind of do a text summarization. So you give a PDF or a set of text, it will summarize it. So that was one model. The text summarization model can't understand the image. Similarly, you would train to do a credit card fraud detection. Now, credit card fraud detection can't do text summarization. The other is like cancer detection. So that was like you give a data set for cancer detection, and it can just do that, nothing else. Self-driving car and other, there are plenty of examples where the model can do just one specific thing. But now you can give the model everything. You can give text, images, speech. It can just consume everything, and then a single model can do pretty much with some adaptation all kind of things. So question answer, sentiment analysis, all these were are different models earlier, but now it is the same model is doing everything. uh, you all of you must have kind of interacted with ChatGPT. It can give you a question answer, it can write poems for you, it can write source code, it can do plenty of things. Just one model. It can do a text summarization. You give it a set of text, it will summarize it for you. It can fix the grammar. The possibilities are endless what it can do. So that is large language model in the NLP world, which is the natural language processing, or otherwise foundation models in general. So, for example, for images also, Firefly, that is Adobe's technology. There is a DALL-E, Midjourney, and so on. Chat GPT-4, which is the newer technology which is behind ChatGPT, which is on GPT 3.5. So your data, your compute, and then your foundation model. Now, a single model can do pretty much everything. Suddenly, whatever work was done with kind of a singleton models, those are kind of all waste. Now, this new foundation model is doing everything for you. Now, those large language models and other things I talked about, that it is based on the huge data set. Now you can see that number of parameters. So it is about, if I have to explain what the parameters is. So let's say in a sentence, after a particular word, where all it can occur, that possibilities, that list is, let's say that is the parameter, right? So now you can see that the computer systems are trained up to 540 billion parameters. So from one particular word, what will occur next, it knows all the possibilities, which is humanly impossible. Humans can't know all those things, and that computer systems can do. And you can see that based on the number of parameters, more and more things it can do. And up to 540 billion, it can do pretty much what the humans can do, and beyond. If I ask you what is the number of parameters ChatGPT has, answer is 175 billion. So you can imagine ChatGPT with 175 billion parameters is doing so much. And when any system which has 540 billion parameters, what all it can do. But it is like computationally very expensive and so on. So those are theoretical level at this point of time, not cannot be used in production, but it will come. It'll time will come when those are also quite viable. Now, the AI systems have started becoming better than human in some kind of areas. I talked about the number of parameters and what it can do. So visual reasoning is one of that. Human baseline is about 81%. And you can see that how AI systems have evolving, and there is a data since 2016. And then in 2021, 22, it has kind of overtaken the humans, how it can perform. So it is like at 84%. So here the example of who is wearing glasses, man and woman, the system can quickly predict that and then give the answer. Right. So that is kind of what AI systems are capable of today. This is another example, which is Adobe's foundation model and Firefly. So left side, you see those are stock images on which the system was trained on. And on the right hand side, you can see that those are generated images. And it looks pretty real, right? Whatever it was trained on, and some other images, it can kind of replicate that in a pretty realistic sense. So that is what the AIs are capable of today. We trained on one artist's data and then generated some of those images. And we reached out to that artist and showed them those generated images. He was stunned. He said that his response was, my creation would have been pretty much same, and it would have been similar looking. So you can imagine what AIs are capable and what it can do. We conducted a survey, two surveys rather, in March in AI world. That is pretty long back, but still let me talk about it. So first was about 13,000 consumers and 4,000 marketing professionals across 14 countries. And second was for 1,000 creatives across US. So let me present some of the data points, not all, and some of the interesting ones. So 57% believe AI will improve their personal creativity. 90% of the professionals feel it will help them do the work better. 89% say it will help them create more and better content. Generating content faster ranked number one, and optimizing content and generating more content tied at number two. Right? So that is how people are looking at AI and how it can help them. So basically, it can help them do more and faster. Right? On the Creative Pro side, they are already using generative AI quite a bit in their professional work. So you can see some of the numbers. 48% are using in ChatGPT, 34% are using DALL-E, and so on. Out of all those responded, 71% said that they will use it in their professional work, and 59% say they will use it in their personal work. Personal work is still lagging behind a little bit, but you can see that more and more people are receptive to AI and what it can do for them. But there were concerns too. There were quite a bit of concerns around transparency, right? How the AI was or the content is getting generated, right? What it was trained on. People want to know, so they want to know they want to have the transparency. You must have heard about fake news and what harmful stuff AI systems can do. So harmful and biased content was another concern. Hallucination. In AI world, if the computer is giving you a very wrong answer, a wrong answer very confidently, that is called hallucination. So you can't figure out whether that was the right answer or wrong answer and whether to use it or not use it, right? So that is a big concern. For the creatives, it was content credentials, right? How you saw that image of the flowers, and it was quite kind of uh, inspired by what was on the left hand side, and then AI system can replicated that. So the creatives are worried about that. Respective creators' choice of control. So some of the creators they don't want their images or their creations to be used by the AI systems to train, right? If they have not given permissions, they want their choices to be respected. So these are some of the concerns which people raised while kind of in our survey. Okay, so this is two depiction of before Gen AI and after Gen AI and what it can do, and partly it was getting conveyed in the survey as well. So before Gen AI, you had to spend more time on execution and you had less time on imagination for imagination. After Gen AI, you can imagine more, and because you have to spend less time on execution, so you have just kind of a think that what kind of stuff you want, and quickly you can generate it, right? So thinking and imagining and what you want, you can spend more time on that. Same thing was true when the computers came out in the initial days. I heard, I read about one or two articles where people were saying, especially about their spreadsheet and so on, they used to take something a couple of weeks. Using computer, it was like kind of done in maybe few minutes or max 1 hour. So same thing is happening now. It is like a second level of that revolution, where you can do much more using the Gen AI and its power. So this is one example. Many of you would have seen that. This is Adobe Photoshop. Wow, truly amazing, isn't it? Many of these things were possible earlier also, you could do it, but now it's all about text prompt. You just say what you want and it's there. It's so quick. So with that, thank you very much. Uh, I wish you a great Data World next 3 days. There are a lot of great sessions. Enjoy, and hopefully you will have a great takeaway at the end of it. We also have a session coming up today, what Adobe is doing in AEM guides using Gen AI or AI in general. Right? Divraj Singh has a session later today. So just make sure you attend that. And that I didn't want to steal his thunder, so I have not covered that here. So thank you very much. And once again, have a great Data World. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarah O'Keefe and I'm delighted to talk to you today about AI at DITAWORLD 2023. Welcome to the event and I look forward to seeing some great stuff from all these presentations coming up. So I gave this presentation the cheery title of Is AI the Meteor and Are We Perhaps the Dinosaurs? I'm the CEO and founder of Scriptorium, which I started up in 1997. We are specialized in content operations. So we're interested in the question of how do we optimize and harden your content systems in order to create and deploy technical and product content as efficiently as possible. We're based in North Carolina. We have a distributed team, and we have clients all over North America and around the world. Here's the plan for today. I want to talk a little bit about AI in the content lifecycle, especially in the process of creating content and consuming content, and some concerns about copyright, intellectual property, and then some predictions for AI, and let's see where this thing is going. So since this presentation is more than 24 hours old, I'm afraid it is almost certainly out of date, which is unavoidable, so I apologize in advance. Things are moving very, very quickly in this space. AI in the content lifecycle. It has come in, it has struck the content world, and I guess we're trying to sort out what kind of a disruption this is going to be, whether it is in fact, the asteroid leading to a massive extinction event, or whether it is something maybe slightly more positive than that. I wanted to contextualize this a little bit. Let's talk about what other kinds of content innovations have come along and who was disrupted or displaced, because when you look at, for example, the printing press, when the printing press came along, initially the books that were produced were inarguably not as good, not as attractive as the hand-copied, illuminated, beautiful manuscripts and works of art. However, It was a lot faster and a lot cheaper to print a book than it was to copy a book. And so nearly immediately, the scribes and the copyists got displaced because their job was replaced by essentially automation, and their output was replaced by something inarguably not as good, not as the production quality was lower, but it was consistent and it was fast relative to hand copying a book. And so that's the pattern that we see over and over again, is that the new thing comes in and it is not as good, but it's a lot faster and a lot cheaper, and therefore it takes over a chunk of the content life cycle. For AI, I believe that this is probably going to be copywriters and copy editors, but we're not sure yet, and we'll have to see where this thing goes. I asked Google about ChatGPT, and Google informed me that ChatGPT was launched on November 30th of 2022. I then turned around and asked ChatGPT, when was ChatGPT released? And interestingly, I got a different answer. It said 2021. So right off the bat, we see here the problem with AI and with generative AI, which is that what is truth, right? Is this an inaccurate statement? I think actually this turns on the definition of release. They're basically saying that it was released in 2021, and Google is telling you when the public release was as a practical matter. So ChatGPT is generative AI, and people are very, very excited about it. But really, at the end of the day, what it is autocomplete, or Clippy, on steroids. It strings together text in a way that looks plausible. Now, it can do some nifty things within that, but I think it's really, really, really important to remember that ChatGPT does not really have a model of the universe. It doesn't understand concepts. It is just stringing together text. So I asked one of the image generators for a flowchart of the content lifecycle. And if you're looking for some reassurance that, your job is not yet dead, I think this might be it. Because when I said, give me a flowchart of the content lifecycle, I got this thing. And I tried a couple of other things, but it just didn't work. Basically, what's going on here is that it is more or less mathematically averaging lots and lots of examples of content life cycles, and as a result, you come up with this thing, which is not that useful. So it's really easy to find all this stuff, to find these silly examples of things gone wrong, and therefore to say, it's not that big a deal, it's silly, it's overhyped, and all the rest of it. But in fact, AI is important, and the role of AI in our content operations is going to be important because AI is canonically a disruptive innovation. A disruptive innovation is something that comes in and upends the way that you do things. Usually it's not as good, but it's faster and cheaper. And so what happens is it comes in at the low end, and then it gets better and better over time, and it takes over more and more sophisticated use cases, and then eventually it basically wins. Now, AI today, generative AI, is good enough for many use cases, not all of them, but many, and so it's taking over that lower end, and then pretty soon it's going to start creeping upward, and it's going to improve, and it's going to get better and better. As you're considering how AI might come into your product lifecycle or your content lifecycle, you want to think about risk. Risk matters. And in general, you're going to see that persuasive and marketing content is lower risk than technical content. So you are going to have a situation where you need to take a look at your technical content and think about compliance and regulatory requirements and make sure that you don't, put the proverbial mountain in the middle of the road, as happened in this image when I asked for a dangerous mountain road. And I mean, inarguably, this is a dangerous mountain road, but it's a little uncanny valley, right? So I think what's going to happen is that Marcom is going to adopt immediately, and we're seeing this already. If you are churning out ephemeral, short-lived marketing content, and you just want to have a quick hit every week, every day, every hour, AI gives you the ability to synthesize a lot of information very quickly, and there's a lot of benefit to doing that. On the tech comm side, I think we are going to be the laggards because there is, in fact, risk associated with putting AI into technical content, in generating content and not carefully vetting it, especially in regulated industries, right? You don't want to be in a position where you produce a bunch of content and it is in some way incorrect, at which point you get in big trouble. So here's the content lifecycle. This one was generated in Canva, actually. So Canva gave me that nice little 5-part circle, and then I just put some text labels on it. So human created, yes, but starting from a pattern that Canva provided for me. So this is the content lifecycle, and I want to focus for a bit on the create piece of the content lifecycle. When you start thinking about creating content with AI, this is going to be, as I said, highly, highly problematic for high value and or regulated content, because if you get that information wrong, either the regulators show up on your doorstep and say mean things to you, such as you can't sell your product, or people use your product incorrectly and they get injured or even they die. These are not things you want, right? You don't want to be in a position where your content is incorrect in a way that causes problems. I mean, injuries, death, regulatory issues. But I think that the AI engines can be very, very useful for first drafts and for idea generations. Hey, show me 10 different ways of approaching this thing that I need to write. Or I'm really blocked on this, so synthesize these 4 sources, and then you read that, and then it kind of sparks some ideas, and then you can go from there. It's also going to be very, very useful with style and terminology in identifying those patterns and making sure that you're conforming to the style and the terminology patterns that you need to conform to. And I think it's worth noting here that many of the products that are out there in that space, the sort of linguistic support products, already have AI built into their systems. They just don't really talk about it. They don't talk about generative AI, and they don't talk about generating images and those kinds of things. And finally, it's really important to note that there are huge risks around data leakage. When you start putting information into the public engines, hey, ChatGPT, summarize this thing for me. Well, you just fed ChatGPT a bunch of information that may be proprietary, and it probably shouldn't be in there because now you've put it out essentially in public. The engines do have, for the most part, the ability that there's a setting in there that you can say, don't use this in your training set, don't keep my data, that type of thing. But there is definitely risk associated with putting stuff into the public generative AI engines. So probably what's going to happen is that you're going to, in a larger organization, have private engines. You're going to have essentially ChatGPT, but on the inside of your organization, so that when it processes this content, it stays inside the organization. It doesn't leak out into the public. And when we start talking about copyright and what that looks like, you're going to see that there's actually significant problems with copyright and public AI engines. We'll get to that. So I asked one of the image engines for a person using a laptop wearing workout clothes, and I got this gem. This is a pretty typical result when you start asking for people doing things. You get these images, they're stitched together. There are so many things wrong here. Like the angles don't work, and that elbow is backwards, and I think this guy has 2 knees, and I think he's wearing 3 different pairs of shorts because it all just kind of got put together. But the gist of it is that this is all wrong. And you can look at it, and I can look at it, at a glance, you know that this is wrong. This is just not right. And so it's really interesting to look at that and to understand that this is how the image engines are working. They're stitching things together. And when it comes to particularly humans, it's stitching things together in ways that just don't quite pass. So people are going to be a challenge. People are always going to be a huge challenge, and I think they'll be the last thing that AI gets right in terms of image processing, but it is getting better. And the processing is better than it was, a week ago or a month ago or 3 days ago. So when you start doing this, when you start putting together new images or generating stuff, you really want to think about synthesizing existing information as opposed to asking it to generate things from scratch. When you ask for from scratch, bad things tend to happen. You're going to want to think about building on top of your content, not on top of public content. And the implication of that is you're probably going to need to set up a private engine inside your organization behind your firewalls, as opposed to just feeding stuff into the public engines. Because once you put it into that public chat, GPT, Bard, whatever, you no longer control it. It is out there in the world, and that is not something you necessarily want with your proprietary information. We don't really talk about synthetic text, but I've seen synthetic media. This is when we're using AI to generate audio, video, images, animation. And I guess, text-to-speech kind of applications are really synthetic media, and we've all heard those terrible robot voices. But what's interesting now is that we can do really good synthetic audio. You take a sample of somebody's voice for a couple of seconds, feed it into one of these audio engines, and then it will reproduce that voice pretty faithfully. Maybe not 100%, but pretty close. So this has already led to some really nefarious stuff. Infamously, there are these scam Facebook or text messages. Hi, grandma, help. I'm stuck in London. I lost my passport. Send money, right? And, you dutifully send money, except, of course, it's a scam. Now visualize that exact same scam, except instead of it being a text message, it's a voicemail, and the voicemail actually sounds like the grandchild. That's where this is headed, which is highly, highly problematic. But a better example of this, a better use of this for me would be, let's say we record a podcast. And let's say that in the middle of the podcast, I say something that's just particularly convoluted and doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And what we want to do is fix it before we publish the podcast. Well, if we sample my voice, either I can re-record that segment, but let's say it's difficult or I'm traveling or there's some reason that I can't get back to the same audio setup and I don't want to do it there. Well, if we have a snippet of my voice, we can just sample it and then we can just, create the right audio and stitch it into the podcast. And as long as you're doing that, with my permission and with my knowledge, then it seems like it would be okay to put that together and not to worry quite so much about, is it 100% authentic? I would be okay with using the synthetic voices to edit audio. There are also examples of people who are losing their voice because of medical reasons. And so they're recording their own voice and sampling it so that when they are no longer able to speak themselves, when their vocal cords aren't working, they will still have the ability to communicate using their voice, their synthetic voice going forward. So there are definitely some use cases for this that seem, appropriate, but there's huge, huge room for, deep fake videos, fake audio, fake everything. And it is just really concerning. So synthetic media is not necessarily bad. It's just, like everything else, can be used in a bad way. So we can clone a voice, we can produce plausible video and images, and this is just going to get better. We are just at the beginning of this. So pretty soon it's going to be impossible to tell whether this is live or not, whether it is a real photo or an AI-generated photo. So if you take this example here, one of these images I pulled from a stock photo site, and one of these images I generated via AI. I asked it for something like mountains with, a lake. And I showed this to a bunch of people, and I had sort of a 50-50 on who thought that the image on the left was AI versus who thought the image on the right was AI. So here we are. And the answer is that the one on the left is from 123rf.com, which is a stock photo site. And the one on the right is from Adobe Firefly. So that's the AI versus not AI. I can't tell. I know because I put them in here. But I think the only slight giveaway that you have here is that if you look at the AI image, somebody pointed out there's snow all the way down to the lake, to the edge of the lake. That seems like an odd place for snow when usually it's farther up. And then the other thing is that I think the clouds are a little weird. There's something about the lighting that isn't quite right. But I would be hard-pressed to identify those things without knowing it ahead of time. So pretty soon, I think the AI origin is going to be undetectable, and that's just kind of where we're headed, and that's what life is going to be like. Now, As a consumer of information, we have some kind of different concerns about this. One is that we're going to want to use generative AI as an information access point. This is happening already. So instead of search, instead of going to Google or any of the other search engines, you are going to go to ChatGPT and ask it for information. Now, there's some problems with that in the sense that ChatGPT doesn't necessarily give you accurate information, but here we are. So generative AI as an information access point, replacing Google, which in turn replaced full text search, which in turn replaced tables of contents and indexes in printed books. So this is just kind of the next one. I don't know that it'll 100% displace it, but I think it's going to be an important information access point, which means it's really important for people to have generalized literacy around what it means to ask a generative AI engine for information. Now, the better the information is that the engine is starting from, the better the output is going to be. And the implication of that is, again, if you have approved, vetted, reviewed content, then you can take that and you can put a private chatbot over the top of it, right? A private AI engine, and then ask it to synthesize content. And given that the underlying content is good, it should do a better job of producing output. But if the source content is wrong, you're in big trouble. And the main issue, the main risk with these large learning models, with the stuff that's out there in the public, is we have no idea what it was trained on and how much junk might be in there. All right, so getting to the important question, will I lose my job because of AI? If you work for a content farm and you are producing low-value content at scale, that's things like Amazon reviews, fake Amazon reviews, yes, you are in big, 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 big trouble. If your job is something more creative, you can probably use AI as a tool. Give me some ideas, spark some blog post ideas, help me think about how to organize this content or rearrange it or synthesize it better, or, hey, can you rewrite this at a 5th grade level because currently it's at a 12th grade level, that type of thing. So AI can support you with patterns, and all that rote pattern-based work will move to the AI engines. But for you, as long as you are a person who is adding creativity, who is adding knowledge and judgment, then I think you'll be okay, right? It's the knowledge and the judgment and the putting things together in an order that makes sense. I can ask a generative AI engine to produce a valid DITA topic, and it will. Hey, here's a thing, make me a task. It will do that. What it will not do probably is generate a sequence of steps that is actually sensible and or safe to execute. So it would give me steps. It looks like a procedure, but as to whether that procedure hangs together coherently or not is a totally different question. So make it hang together logically, your job. Make it valid DITA, AI's job. That's kind of how I see this going. And then there are going to be clearly some new jobs with AI, right? Writing AI prompts is going to be a big thing. Fact checking and cleaning up after the AI is going to be a big thing. Feeding the AI machine, all these kinds of things. And if you think about it and look at machine translation as a rough equivalent, we can get gisting out of machine translation and it's pretty good. But it's not perfect and it's not good enough probably for regulated content. And that's kind of where I see the difference. The higher stakes the content, the more likely it is that somebody using your content could be injured. If your content is regulated, if you have those kinds of guardrails, then humans will have to be involved in this. But the AI is really, really good at patterns. This is a fun one. Linear A is a script that has never been deciphered, and apparently we have something like 2 pages total of linear A, and nobody knows what it says. It probably says, I'm ordering 5 kegs of beer, but we want to know what it says and we want to decipher it. So there's a group that's looking at, can we use large learning models to uncover the patterns and figure out what linear A actually says? And similarly, in Script and the infamous Voynich manuscript, they're working on something similar like that. So these are cases where people are looking to AI to use patterns at a level that humans are not capable of. So they're going to take the AI engines and use them as a tool to see if they can figure out what's going on. Now I want to talk about the biggest problems with AI, and Like the hippopotamus, it's not immediately obvious that this is the scariest thing in the Nile. In an AI world, in a synthetic media world, we are probably not going to be able to tell the difference between the synthetic stuff and the organic human-created stuff. And therefore, trust and reputation are going to be the critical thing. If you trust the content creator, if you trust the producer of that content to provide accurate information and to be careful and thoughtful about how they use AI tools, then you will provide them with that trust and you will, interact with them and all the rest of it. But you and I are not going to be able to tell the AI content from the human content. There are people making noises about validation and credentials and certificate kinds of things that would certify the origins of a particular piece of content. But that only works for the people that actually follow the rules, right? If you don't follow the rules, you just put stuff out there and you don't disclose, then that's something that you 100% can do. But I think going forward, what'll happen is that reputation, you'll know that, oh, they're spammy. Oh, they produce all this junk. I'm going to ignore them really hard because I know that what they're producing is no good. So in an AI-enabled world, trust is, I think, everything. This is the thing that's going to matter going forward is, do I trust that person or that organization or that website to produce accurate content? I'm okay with them using AI in pieces as long as they're vetting it. But the first time that you produce a fake AI image and try and pass it off as real, or you synthesize, a summary of something and don't tell me how you did it, or you try to pass it off as authored by a human, that's it. I'm out. I will not be back to that site. Now, additionally to that, we have copyright and IP problems. And these are going to be enormous challenges going forward. There are already lots and lots of lawsuits around this, and I'll be curious to see where it lands, because I think that generative AI basically gives you fractionalized plagiarism. Fractionalized copyright infringement. Okay, if you produce an image or a piece of text and I take it and I republish it and I claim that I wrote it, then that is clearly plagiarism. If I take two sources and kind of remix them and put them back together and publish them, that is still plagiarism, just from two sources. What happens with ChatGPT is it has 1,000 sources or 1,000,000, and it's remixing them all and putting it all back together. Well, is that still plagiarism? Like, how many sources do you have to have before it's not plagiarism when you remix them? If you are taking that stuff without permission and republishing it, I feel as though that's still plagiarism, no matter what. Now, as to whether the legal world agrees with me or not, that's a whole different question. But you cannot copyright AI-generated content that does not have human intervention on it, according to the U.S. Copyright Office at this point. So only things generated by humans can be copyrighted, which leads me to a really interesting question of, if you write a bunch of content and then you use an AI over the top of that content and generate, let's say, a summary of the content, do you still own that summary? The Copyright Office says you can't copyright it because there was no human intervention, but the underlying sources all belong to you, so those are yours. So where does this go? I have no idea. What if the AI generates incorrect information, such as, amusingly, the PhD that it decided I had when I asked it for my own bio? I do not have a PhD, but ChatGPT says I do, from a university I did not attend. That was entertaining. Less entertaining was when somebody else tried the same thing and ChatGPT wrote a bio that included a bit about how they were fired after being accused of sexual harassment and made up a reference to a newspaper article. None of that existed. The sexual harassment allegation did not exist. The being fired for it did not exist. And the news article that was cited also did not exist. So if I ask ChatGPT for a bio of some sort and then I publish that and it's wrong, who's liable for that? Is it me for publishing it? Is it the AI? Who is it? We don't know. If the AI scrapes content and makes new content, and most troublingly, we're seeing this with images where generate things in the style of so-and-so. Well, I've now reproduced an artist's style, and I'm leveraging their talent and their content to make more content in their style. Is that copyright infringement? I have no idea, and neither does anybody else at this point. So we have this real problem with copyright, content ownership, and the legal scenarios around what's happening here that are very, very unclear. Some of this you can mitigate by using your own private owned content and only putting AI over the top of your own content. But even then, you run into this problem of how much human intervention is enough or not enough. So the answer to all these questions is, I don't know. Nobody knows. It's going to have to sort itself out legally. And, if that's a risk for you, I feel like it's a risk for everybody. We want to be really careful about how we proceed with this and how we use all these fun new tools. I have some concerns around ethical AI, such as, is it even possible to do it? If you look at some of the bad things that have happened with social media, and then you sort of extrapolate from that to the bad things that could happen with AI, it's pretty terrifying, actually. So I'm pretty sure that content operations will evolve because of AI. I think we will use these tools and we will use them to become hopefully better and more efficient and all the rest of it. But I don't know what our future looks like. It is 100% unclear to me how where we are now will evolve and where it will evolve to. So, a couple of small predictions. As I said, I'm concerned about AI-enabled discrimination. AI is patterns. And patterns historically have included bias, and bias leads to discrimination. So we have to really pay attention to what kind of biases are we baking into the AI engines, and how do we account for that, and how do we make sure that we don't perpetuate these kinds of things. I believe that authenticity, trust, reputation are going to be critical. I think it's important to disclose if you've used AI support, to say, well, I generated an initial summary, but then I reworked it. And finally, I think you can expect that for many rote tasks, you're going to get sort of a 10x productivity improvement. That is historically the pattern when these kinds of automation technologies come into play. So 10x at least, which is going to make it compelling for a lot of rote tasks. And we're going to have some weird starts and stops, and we'll see where it goes. So I hope this is helpful to you. I will be very interested to hear what you think about AI, and I hope that you will reach out and let me know what your thoughts are and what kinds of things you've seen and where you think this is going. And finally, I will say that I took my own advice and did credit all the AI engines that I used to produce this, along with the various images. So with that, thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hi, welcome to our presentation at DITAWorld 2023. In this session, you'll learn how EY uses DITA to drive the evolution of EY global assurance knowledge. First, some introductions. Shannon?
Thanks so much, Brian. I'm Shannon Wada, and I am part of the Business Product Management team for Global Assurance Digital Implementation at E&Y. I have worked on a variety of digital knowledge platforms in my tenure, but my expertise is knowledge and global content publishing. I lead the global publishing team for the core accounting, auditing, and financial reporting content for E&Y. I have been instrumental in developing several innovative publishing processes, which have improved the quality, efficiency, and security of the content. As we look to the future, we continue to make innovations to get the right content to the right place at the right time. The foundation of that development rests on the content repositories that we continue to improve today. Over to you, Brian.
Okay, and I am Brian Skrzynski, part of EY's Client Technology Organization, where I lead technical product development and delivery for CT platforms, supporting global assurance knowledge, including EY Atlas. Before my current role at EY, I was part of our technology consulting AI practice, where I helped our clients improve their enterprise search and implemented AI chatbots to improve employee day of job productivity. So we have an action-packed agenda for you. We have a lot of content that we'll be covering, where we'll be showing you some of the key features of our Adobe AEM Guides implementation we custom built. And we'll take you through our journey our team embarked on a couple years ago. We'll leave you with our thoughts for the future vision of knowledge management and where it's headed. But first, we would like to show you a short clip for some background on EY Atlas to help set the stage and give you some context. Without further ado, EY Atlas.
In a complex and demanding regulatory environment, adhering to accounting standards is vital. You need reliable sources of up-to-date information on the changes that may affect your business. You need trusted intelligence. EY Atlas Client Edition is a leading-edge global research platform for accessing accounting and financial reporting content. It provides the most relevant and up-to-date information, including external standards, EY interpretations, and thought leadership. Easily find content that's relevant to you. Explore by accounting topic or industry through an intuitive interface, allowing you to search and navigate faster and better. Get on-demand access on any device and tablets, at any time of the day, whether in the office or on the move. Enhance your understanding of regulatory implications on your business. Staying up to date in a dynamic regulatory environment doesn't need to be hard. Simplify the research process by accessing the information you trust anytime, anywhere with EY Atlas Client Edition. Perform financial reporting with confidence and help build a better working world.
All right, so here's some background on EY Atlas. Shannon?
Thanks, Brian. In the previous video, you saw information about EY Atlas subscription for clients. EY Atlas is the gateway to EY knowledge. EY Atlas is a cloud-based platform for accessing and searching accounting and financial reporting content. It is part of a suite of flagship assurance delivery tools used daily by EY practitioners for methodology, enablers, and guidance. The foundation of all EY knowledge displayed in EY Atlas is the content management system. Adobe AEM is next in the line of content management platforms utilized by this content for over 20 years. Each content management system enhances the publishing capabilities of the previous one. As you can see on the right side of the slide, Atlas user space is more than just auditors. Although we do have over 85,000 auditors using it today, there are also over 26,000 clients using it, and that number continues to grow. Professional practice has 580 users, which includes content owners, content managers, and publishers from 42 countries. This is the group that produces the majority of the knowledge that resides in Atlas today. There are also approximately 210 regulators and 40 GCO. Although a small number in comparison, it is actually an extremely important group from a regulatory perspective. There's also around 110,000 users from other service lines who use Atlas as well.
So looking at our content ecosystem from left to right, we have a global content organization of almost 600 people that are creating, editing, and publishing all of our global knowledge for consumption by our engagement teams and clients, all of which is under regulatory review, ensuring compliance at every step. Given the quality and security standards we need to have for our knowledge documentation, we have implemented EY Atlas as a robust, scalable platform powered by EY Fabric, which enables AI and integration to our other client technology tools and assurance, EY Canvas and EY Helix. Our award-winning technology platform enables speed for our business to turn on a dime with agility and ability to publish knowledge globally 24/7 in order to meet the demands we have in serving our clients. Example, COVID, where EY Atlas was pivotal to providing timely, authoritative guidance on an evolving situation, keeping all of our 200,000 plus practitioners informed. When we think about what's underneath the hood for Atlas, we'll talk about the logical architecture. And so here's a view into our logical architecture where you can see how our various content collections are housed in our CMS, which is Adobe Experience Manager with AEM Guides. The content makes their way for consumption by EY Atlas and other downstream apps through a series of API integrations. All page content we have is stored in DITA XML format with a custom schema to go along with various templates we have for our different types of EY content, such as our methodology, our thought leadership, our interpretation and enablers. AEM leverages the DITA Open Toolkit with custom plugins we built to support the complex workflows and output processing that we need. A key item to note is that we have a full preview environment and a full live environment represented, where publishers can do their changes in preview and see what their work in progress content looks like rendered on our app, and also in search before pushing their changes to live for broader end user consumption. This enables rigid quality review control gates, since it is a replica copy process from preview to live when publishers release content. From the stats, you'll notice some matrix math. When we talk about the number of documents being rendered, it considers combinations of channel tags that are applied to the content specific for a location, also called jurisdiction, language tags, and product line tags.
The data sources for Atlas content are varied and numerous. There's over 20 that we have today. Some of them are internal sources, such as EY GAM, which is our methodology, forms and templates, enablement materials. And then there's other EY guidance, such as accounting and financial reporting content, EY interpretation and thought leadership related to US GAAP and international GAAP, and other service line content. From an external perspective, we have a number of third-party content included in our Atlas suite, including FASB, IFRS, Thomson Reuters, AICPA, PCAOB, to name some of the big ones. But beyond those, we have a number of other global and local external content stored in Atlas today. Over to you, Brian.
Thanks, Shannon. So AEM does all the heavy lifting for all our content operations and also maintains all of the metadata that goes downstream to power our search experience, and eventually will feed into large language models to enable generative AI chat experiences. DITA provides an intelligent representation of our content in our editing tools, enabling all of our publishing features we need to maintain our knowledge with version control, audit trail, and security built in. DITA also provides us intelligence embedded in our content so that downstream apps can easily query it and filter for relevant content, which makes information retrieval more efficient and semantically smarter. LLMs think in data, where data is not just a component of AI, but instead data and AI are intermixed. To be really successful with AI, you need to understand the connection between the data you have and the problems that you're trying to solve. DITA offers the code for being the code for AI. EY Atlas is part of our NEON initiative, where EY is spending more than $1 billion over the next couple of years focused on EY assurance technologies to incorporate integration and AI into all of our products to yield higher quality audits, and be able to respond rapidly to changing expectations from our regulators, governments, standard setters, audit committees, and boards.
We're going to spend some time focusing on a couple of our more innovative content management solutions. One of them is what we call blending. Blending allows baseline content to include local content for each channel while still protecting the source content, which we call baseline. Today, we have the ability to add, hide, and replace content on both the document and the element level. So, for example, even at the paragraph or as low as a table row or table cell within blended collections. We call this process localization. Localization enables local countries to modify parts of the baseline document while still seamlessly receiving baseline updates around those localizations. Each channel, country, or area has a variation of the global content combined with their own localizations or customizations to create a single experience for the end user. As you can imagine, the publishing system that manages both the content and the permissions around this content is intricate and complex. Blending happens in AEM, but the localization work is done in Oxygen XML. Blending can be done on multiple channels on the same document simultaneously without there being any issues when it publishes. Blending started out as a single collection, and today we have 18 blended collections, and that number is steadily growing. And those collections are shared from the global channel to multiple countries. Today we have over 8,000 total documents in the blended collections, and we have about 11,500 localizations and translations by over 40 countries. Blending payoff. What is the blending payoff for all this complex content management that we developed? Blending and localization has multiple positive impacts on the business. I'm going to talk about 3 of them today. First, we have quality. Blending ensures that baseline content remains intact while allowing users to put their own local content in the repository. There's no need to copy the baseline into their local content, so that allows them to keep the baseline always up to date. The blending and localization system has guardrails in place to protect that quality. Efficiency. Blending and localization allows a small group of publishers, less than 70, to maintain regulatory reviewed documentation while adhering to enforced standards. Blending prevents extra work, updating the baseline content multiple times. Agility. Localization requests are not centralized today and are at the discretion and timing of local business needs. Content can be updated anywhere at any time, which enables timely updates. This is a screenshot of the UI of blending. As you can see in the screenshot, the baseline document is located on the left side of our customized localization panel, and it has the document navigation above it. On the right-hand side, you have the ability to create localizations by area and channel. The localizations can be seen both individually, called out on the right-hand side of the customized localization channel, as well as on the left-hand side of the localization panel in context with the baseline document. This is the UI of the front end of a blending snippet. In this screenshot, you can see how the document with the localization displays. The baseline content is visible surrounding the localization, and the localization is called out so the user knows if there is content related to their specific channel in this document. As you're watching the video about a blending demo, you will quickly see the customizations we did to protect the quality of the content during the updating process, which also allows us to provide an audit trail. What you're seeing initially is the creation of a project to localize content. The project is a core functionality developed to publishing our content. It is the container to reserve the content while the publisher moves the content through the editing and publishing process. Different areas of publishing, such as translation, diff merge, and others, all have different projects and workflows to control the publishing process. The video overall shows the life cycle of a publishing project. Content is selected, added to a project, and new content is created, in this case, localization. You can see that you are picking your area and channel. They're finding a location within their document to create it, and then they'll pick the type of localization they want to do. Once they've done this, this document is now added to AEM in that project. And you have the ability within Oxygen to go ahead and make the changes you want to make in this document. So there's the localization that was completed, and you can see that it's in the publishing project. From here, you have the ability to edit the metadata. Once it's done, the content is then published to preview for validation by the content owners. When it's been approved, they can then start a workflow to publish it to live. When it's completed, you can see, again, the baseline content with the localization around it, and you see that in other channels, that localization does not appear. So that localization is specific to that channel. All the features developed in this process focus on two primary objectives: the quality of the content and the security of the content. The second innovative content management solution we're going to discuss today is diff merge. What is diff merge? The diff merge process was a concept originally coined in our legacy CMS. There were similar import tools, although not as sophisticated, developed in prior content management systems as well. What does it do exactly? The diff merge process lets you import externally authored content as new versions to existing content. So what does externally authored content really mean? Externally authored content can either be third-party standards, such as IASB or FASB content, which we've already talked about, or larger EY content authored in Word or another format, such as EY's International GAAP book. In the context of Atlas, content is heavily interlinked with thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of individual links to both the documents and the elements within the documents, as well as to links to digital assets like images, PDF, Word, Excel, and others. Due to this extensive interlinking, we cannot simply import and do a replace of the content in Atlas. If we did, these links would break and would require extensive revisions, both within this content and the other content that links to this content. The diff merge process was built and developed in order to maintain these extensive links. On the left-hand side, you will see a sample of the compare of the diff merge. The one side has the existing content and the other side has content that's being updated. On the right-hand side of the slide, you'll see the step-by-step process of a diff merge project. First, you start with structural compare. A structural comparison is run on the folders and objects from the import package to the existing collection structure in order to know which documents should be compared. Content differencing is next. This is a detailed comparison run of XML and XML tags within a document, and it reviews for the differences within the XML. Only the changed content tags IDs are updated in the XML. Number 3 is changes by third party. Each document that maps from the import package to an existing document in AM will be differenced. The purpose being to identify only those changes made by third-party content authors. The next step is migration. During the process, the IDs used for linking are migrated from AEM to the imported content, so the link integrity will be maintained once the import is applied. The next step is called merge. Once the differencing is completed, the headings, objects, and digital assets are all merged into the collection. So that's where our merge in the title comes from. Automation is next, and this is where the merge will automatically do and assignment of whips and versions and place them into an edit project. Publish is the last step. Publish workflows will release all the content and digital assets into the live site. This is a short video showing how the diff merge will work in AEM. Again, remember, this process of importing externally authored content and merging with existing content in AEM is done in order to preserve linking. Like what we saw before, a diff merge project is created in AEM, and the collection is added to the project to reserve its content and digital assets. The first workflow is to export the content out of AEM. You can see the download that's happening now. The reason it's exported is we developed an offline Oxygen plugin that does the side-by-side DITmap and XML compare of the exported AEM collection with the externally authored update package. So you're going to see that here in a second, the comparison. You saw it briefly in the screenshot, but now we'll see it live. There we are. There's the side-by-side comparison of the changes. The result of the side-by-side plugin is an import package with only the changed DITA maps, XML content, and digital assets. The diff merge import process workflow is then started in AEM, and the import package is imported and then merged into the collection in the content tree. And you'll see that's what's being done now. At this point, the update can be reviewed in Atlas Preview, and you can see that the changes were done. The final step is to be published to live.
Thanks, Shannon. So we had to customize Adobe's AEM connector to Oxygen XML in order to help us with enabling our secure workflows and represent additional metadata we needed to surface in Oxygen, such as title and EY friendly ID. Since AEM is the source of our content security information, we needed the connector to look up permissions and pass those to Oxygen XML for viewing content relevant for the publisher based on their particular role and project. For Friendly ID, we built another integration with AEM to perform custom API calls to maintain references between documents based on a user-defined intelligent identifier like IFRS 3, which is assigned as a tag to content and is used as a pointer to locate and establish references to target content at either document or element level. Our custom code takes care of all the checking and consistency for such references on any changes in our Friendly IDs database. For the title, for some reason, the FNDITA plugin was displaying GUID ID instead of our navigation title field, which would normally work in the way we wanted in AEM base. We ended up creating an integration to fetch the appropriate metadata field from AEM so the content title would display properly in the Oxygen editor's window title. Lastly, for localizations, we needed to achieve proper DITA directives such as conref push in our content to be interpreted by the DITA Open Toolkit publishing engine to execute localization merges at publish time. The customizations that we made were necessary to create container objects with governance controls so that we could achieve our blending requirements, which Shannon already spoke about earlier. Next is our custom Oxygen XML plugins. We have 4 custom Oxygen XML plugins that supports our custom publishing workflows and improves our publishers' efficiency. For content labeling, we used our own custom output classes to render the markup in Oxygen and show icons for our GAM labels to visually identify and highlight which type of label was selected to improve quality over just having tag text at the insert point by itself. We also built custom tools to make working with complex data content objects like tables easier, and also afford us the ability to incorporate AI features into the workflow to help automatically reformat text, as an example. We actually ended up building a specific tool around copying and pasting tables from Word to Oxygen. As we encountered issues with the Oxygen out-of-box features, we decided to roll our own in order to save our publishers a lot of time and effort. As I mentioned on the prior slide, we needed to insert specific instructions into the content for the DITA publishing engine to interpret in order to generate blended output. The Oxygen localization plugin provides all of this functionality in the Oxygen screens, which we showed during the demo. So here's a bit about our journey. We're basically near the finish line. For our implementation, it's nearly in sight. We really enjoyed the strong partnership with Adobe, working directly with their product team to work on solutions for us together. We're very, very eager and super excited to go live on our new AEM platform, where we'll continue to build on it to support our NEON initiative, integrating all of our knowledge in one place seamlessly. We really appreciate all the efforts from all of our vendors supporting our program, and a heartfelt shout out to our UI technology consulting team and our UI client technology engineering teams seeing us through to launch. We see that this has been the right time to take this journey as we prepare for next steps, continuing to evolve our knowledge with DITA. So what's our future vision for knowledge management? As you probably all can see, reading the headlines today, that AI will continue to dominate our daily lives, where we hear about new AI capabilities around superintelligence, new ways of AI generating information in meaningful ways, predicting a pattern with very, very limited data, and suggesting meaningful alternatives for us all to consider. When we think about how this applies to knowledge management, we really see how things that we have been focused on, such as machine learning search, maintaining better metadata, improving our content linking, gathering appropriate user context data, and enabling smarter language understanding, really have come together for us. The future is really, really bright in the KM space, and we are very excited to see what unfolds next. We know to answer what our business needs for KM, it will take a lot of work, and having a good foundation in technology such as DITA, enabled by a best-in-class CMS as we have with Adobe, this continues to help us evolve at the speed which our business demands to help build a better working world. Thank you.
Hey everybody, welcome to DITAWORLD. My name is Bernard Ashwanden. I'm the EVP of Sales at Precision Content. With me is Sebastian from Mayo Clinic. Sebastian, you want to do your quick 10-second intro?
Yeah, hey everybody, Sebastian Fuhr, Director of Content Engineering and Operations at Mayo Clinic. Here to talk about Mayo Clinic's content transformation and our use of AEM guides and sites. Really excited about that. But hey, Bernard, we're virtual, right? We're not live.
Yes, we are.
That means we have the power of editing. I
have a weird echo in here, buddy.
Hey, let's bring a little joy with the power of editing. Let's use our superpowers and change some outfits really quick, real fast. Do you have that power?
Good. You have that? I do indeed. Take it away.
Okay. I'm going to snap my fingers. When I do, we're going to change outfits. Let's try it. 3, 2,
Perfect.
1.
Not bad, but I mean, we're looking good. but maybe a little somber.
Yeah, we can do better. All right, I'm going to go again. Here we go.
Dude, awesome. I think I went too Vegas, too casual.
I think I went full Miami and way too much color.
Not good.
Let's try
change it up. Hang on.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not wasting a martini. All right, I'm ready.
Ready? Let's do something more serious, more professional.
Yeah, professional, movie quality style.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Whoa. I think we're in the wrong movie.
Yeah, and I got the total wrong Iron Man, and neither one of us is Tony Stark. You got to do something about this, Sebastian. We got to get going.
We got to make it more professional. This is the wrong kind of professionality. You know what? I've got the Infinity Gauntlet here. I was going to pick
do the trick.
The Time Stone to get us back on time, but you know what? I think instead I'm going to try and pick the Mind Stone to get us a really great performance. So I'm going to drop that in, and we're going to snap. We'll hope 50% of us don't go away, and that we get the outfits.
Reuse. I had something I can work with.
Oh yeah, let's make sure we reuse something from the previous outfits, because that's what DITA is about. And let's try something blue, because Precision is blue, Mayo Clinic is blue, just like the brand new header that the Center for Digital Health released on mayoclinic.com.
Make it happen.
All right, ready? 3, 2, 1.
All right. Sorry, Vegas hangover. We don't need the martini anymore. Nice. We got the colors.
Blue.
The logo. So basically, if you think about it, we did a little bit of reuse. We got the color, we got the right style, we've got the right. It's like with DITA, right? You want to reuse content. Yeah, there was this outer shell in this presentation layer, but it's still us. It's still us at the heart of it, delivering this message. So again, it's very DITA. So all yours.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about Mayo's content. It's interesting you mentioned that at Mayo Clinic, one of the ways in which we're using DITA XML is to remove a lot of the explicit CSS styling experience from our content, and to turn those into DITA specializations that are channel agnostic, so that we really can take the same content, Sebastian, Bernard, and spit it out. And it depends on where you're at, the context you want, and you can wrap that presentation layer on any of the content and create once, publish everywhere. So before we get rolling on that, let's take just a minute to listen to these words, inspiring words from Mayo Clinic, and then we'll set the tone and get into the nitty gritty. All right, here we go.
There's a couple of things I just want to take a moment and talk about how some of the content from Mayo Clinic helped me really change my life on a personal level, if I may, for just a moment here.
Sure.
I was hospitalized back in November, and for those who know the numbers, my blood pressure was give or take around 250 over 120. That's bad. So I was in the hospital. I had no idea what's going on. I was terrified. That was the first link, the first thing that showed up when I did a search for the phrase blood pressure 250 over 120, and it said a hypertensive crisis is a medical emergency. It can lead to heart attack, stroke, or other life-threatening health problems. So I'm sitting in a hospital. The doctor looks in. I'm bleeding. I can't stop it. I don't know what's going on. I look at this. I start reading it. The doctor looks in and says, "What are you doing?" Because I'm sitting there on my phone, and I looked up and I went, "My own research." The doctor's response was a little bit of a shock, but I explained. I said, "Look, one of our customers is Mayo Clinic, and their content helps transform the way people live their lives. And I read through this, and it started to set my mind at ease, because this was a trusted source. This was a place I could go, and I knew that what I was reading was vetted and was right. And that's something that you've done, Sebastian, you and your team and everybody at Mayo Clinic. So let's talk about your content a little bit. If you want to kick us off, go for it.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate that personal story. And I just want to say I've done very little except for help think about how we might do more with our content. As you said, that content already exists out there. Incredible editorial staff at Mayo Clinic authors that content, subject matter experts review that content, and our teams in IT publish that content. It's out there already. So we're going to talk a little bit about how we make it even better, and our focus is mostly going to be on the backstage. All right, here's our main presentation, the best of both worlds, why Mayo Clinic chose Adobe Experience Manager Guides. I'm going to pull you guys a little closer, and we're going to hit it. So before we can tell you where we're going, it's important we tell you where we were. Mayo Clinic chose AEM Guides and AEM sites after a rigorous RFP process across Mayo Clinic's enterprise. We chose the system predominantly because we were looking for a way to move to DITA XML and use a CCMS, but we also knew that we needed a powerful web delivery platform. Spoiler alert, that's the title, the best of both worlds. We were able to get both packaged together. AEM Guides was the artist formerly known as the XML add-on and recently rebranded as AEM Guides. We bought it as XML add-on. It had what we needed. It moved our authors into the system. It came with an editor in a CCMS. Sites had what we needed to build web components. So that's where we were. Where are we now? We are working with content creators to move them out of authoring in Microsoft Word and into authoring in AEM Guides. We are moving a lot of content from the current CMS into a highly structured componentized content, focusing on engineered content models, a lot of structure around the content to push people into AEM Guides. We have a lot of existing solutions. We have a very powerful knowledge graph that our ontologists use to build controlled vocabularies and metadata that supports aboutness of the content. We have our media stored in a Mayo Media Asset Manager, and we need to translate. A lot of our content is translated. We need connectors. All of these have been wired into AEM. Additionally, we talked about create once, publish everywhere. I attribute that saying to Jay Maxwell, our senior editorial director. I think he said it came from NPR, but he says it a lot. The acronym there is COPE. The ability to take a single piece of content and publish it to multiple endpoints or multiple channels is something that we have built and created in AEM. This gives us the ability to publish to web, print, our electronic health record, and to our syndicated clients. Moving forward, just a little bit more about who consumes the content. Mayo Clinic's driving principle is the needs of the patient come first. In this case, physicians manage the content that goes to patients, but patient content is one of our huge, patients are one of our huge consumers of our content. Next, we have our business-to-business clients. We support over 70 global healthcare clients that purchase our content that's licensable, and they reuse it in their content management systems. Finally, we have health information seekers. Those are the folks like Bernard who go out to mayoclinic.org and look at our content, which is free as we're a nonprofit. Moving forward, a little bit about our background. So the IT engineers are incredible at Mayo Clinic. Our staff of product managers, product owners, and our designers in the Center for Digital Health are amazing. And our editorial staff, our content managers, our ontologists, our content engineers, all coming together with Mayo Clinic to help transform our content and move it into AEM. But we couldn't have come here without the help of Publicis Sapient, who helped focus on our solutions architecture. They focused heavily on implementing the outputs and publication capabilities and precision content. Hey, there's Bernard again. Their team has helped us focus in on how to structure our data, how to think about specializations, focus in on native PDF, and how to create new content and other things. And we'll talk more about that as we progress.
Yeah, and thanks again. I mean, our team had a blast working with your people. It was really a cooperative type of an environment, and I mean, we learned so much about how Mayo Clinic does what it does, and I think everybody came away with just one of those positive experiences that you really want in order to leave that favorable feeling of being able to move forward with success. So thank you to you and your team.
Absolutely. Our pleasure, and thank you. Mayo Clinic content today, it is authored predominantly in Microsoft Word. It is then moved into the CMS where it's really authored again in HTML. The different libraries, things are structured differently. Style and experience is wound together in there. It's very difficult to search across the systems, especially for editors. There's no system of record, system of truth. Is it in Word? Is that the true piece of content? Or is it the CMS? Is that the true piece of content? Those are challenges for us today. We do an incredible job. The team's doing an incredible job producing the content, the high quality content, like the content that Bernard looked at. But we know we can do this better, especially backstage, and optimize for backstage search, mature reuse, and consistent workflow so that we have enforceable governance and standardization across the system. So recently, we had a visitor come to Mayo Clinic and ask me this question: why invest in content engineering and structured content? Why bring editors into the CMS? And they felt that that was a challenge. That was Christina Halverson from Brain Traffic. My answer was, we believe our small but mighty staff can absolutely stretch and move themselves into a CCMS, that small operational footprint, if supported the right way by engineered content models, gives us the ability to move into a single source of truth and to change the way that we work. We know we also need change management to support that, but these are critical for us to scale up and take that small workforce and move them into the future. A little bit more about that. Each of our content organizations are small and mighty. We have an existing knowledge graph. It is very nimble and flexible. However, it's going to be even more powered up when it works with componentized content, and we're focusing on that even today. Annotations not at the holistic level, but at the individual fragment level. The current CMS interweaves content and experience together. That makes it very difficult to get it out. That means you have to unwind it depending on your channel. We want to change that. Authors expect a word-like experience. They're going to get that with AEM guides. They already are getting it. Mayo wants to improve version control. We want to optimize for translation. We know that DITA XML is excellent at that, and we want to optimize our backstage reuse. The out-of-the-box system, the search findability, and the ability for DITA XML to tell you where something is being used through a content reference, etc., is very powerful, and we're super excited about that. One last thing, the content that we produce, the majority of it is long-form narrative content that is medically credible. That means it has supporting evidence, bibliographic references. Those would not have the value that they have without the experts in the practice, our doctors and physicians that review that content. Here's a picture of Dr. Pruthi, our medical chair of our organization. I tried to find a frowny face for her, but I don't think she ever has frowned in her life. But in the current environment, it is challenging. There's burden on the subject matter expert reviews because the same change to content comes from multiple areas. Most of the workflow comes through email, and you can see Dr. Pruthi, even though she's still smiling, has to review a lot of the same things. We know we can improve this. We know we can improve it with AEM guides. There's an out-of-the-box word-like track changes, review experience that we're focused in on. We hope to decrease Dr. Pruthi's subject matter expert burden and have her smile more. Again, the credibility of Mayo Clinic is because we sit next to the foremost experts in the practice and probably in the world, possibly the universe, and their review of this content is what gives it its incredible credibility, along with our amazing editorial staff who are very familiar with this content, working with these editors. So something that differentiates our content that's important to call out.
And that credibility and trust, when I was in the hospital and I looked over and I said to the doctor, I'm doing my own research, and that moment of panic that was there from the doctor, sort of wait a second, are you reading somebody's Facebook posting? And then I explained, Mayo Clinic, literally the doctor's face went from concern to sort of, and then there was this dismissive wave of, and he says, continue, and turned and walked out of the room. Sort of a, okay, you're doing the right things. You know who to trust, where to turn.
Awesome. Absolutely. So as we go forward, we knew we needed to build our foundation. That means Adobe products are enabled and supported. That means the integrations to existing systems or new systems are enabled and supported. That means we're starting to migrate the content out of the existing CMS and into the new one, that it's following engineered content models. That means that once you're in that system, content is findable, accurate, updatable, and reportable. And finally, that we can get that content out of the new system and deliver it where we need to send it. A little bit on this chart for Mayo Clinic's content transformation. We have a lot of key objectives. The ones I want to point out, we are moving 73,000 pieces of content out of the old CMS and into the new one. That's a lot. And again, reinforcing at the bottom there on the left, adopting standardized structured authoring with consistent metadata to drive reuse, consistency, scalability, efficiency, so that we can support the future of personalization. Whatever that orchestration engine may include generative AI that the Center for Digital Health is envisioning for our future, we want our content to have the same style, tone, language, and be chopped up into smaller pieces so it can easily support that personalization at scale in the future. We believe AEM Guides is the right place to focus in on that. Okay. A little bit about the current CMS. You heard me say it's wound together. It truly is. It's a monolithic structure. It works very well, but we want to disentangle that when we do delivery. So we're moving into AEM. When we look at AEM, the way we think about it is three areas of primary importance. Content, especially that narrative long form, credible content that we talked about, will land in AEM Guides. Our media will be stored in AEM Assets, and our web experiences we will put in sites. Some of those web experiences could include content blocks or smaller marketing copy that lives in sites, but the bulk of content we believe will live in AEM Guides. AEM Guides, you heard us talk a lot about it. This is where our DITA is, provides a word-like experience. It allows you to mix and match and reuse content with intelligence, and from Guides we can publish out to web, to CD API, to our syndicated partners, to HTML, to our electronic health record, and to print. A little bit about sites, right? So this provides web creators with a place to create web-only content. Ours are focused in on React and SPA, building really cool experiences. The really fascinating thing here is that we can pipe from Guides, our DITA XML. We output that as JSON, lock them as components within the web template, and then marketers know that that's there and locked and trusted, but they can add in request an appointment experiences, clinical trial experiences, and others. So you can blend the content and then publish to the web. But the content downstream in Guides is produced and locked from there. So we love that mechanism from Guides to sites. All right, moving forward. You heard me talk about this already, but just reinforcing that as we move forward today, our editorial staff authors outside of the system in Microsoft Word. Tomorrow, they will author in the system, and we have a lot of teams already doing that now, testing that out, and we're excited to move there at scale. Around the create once, publish everywhere, there's COPE again. Here's a piece of content sitting inside of Mayo Clinic. If we land that in AEM Guides and we move it there, we focus in, and that content is DITA. It's got a DITA map, it's got DITA topics, it follows our structure. From there, if we want to publish into AEM sites, we can easily publish out of Guides. That content lands inside of the web template itself. And then we have our health information seeker sitting out looking at mayoclinic.org. When we're ready, we can publish that content, and that health information seeker can see that combined content with the DITA wrapped in web experiences. Additional clients are our B2B companies that repurpose our content. When we want to publish, we can take that same piece of content, look to your left there, this DITA XML that went to the web, also goes up into our content delivery storage. It generates out in XML as a piece of content. It hits our real-time and bulk APIs and lands right in the CMS of a St. Clair's hospital or other hospitals that repurpose this content. Final audience is really the physician supporting the patient. I always say the physicians are the personalization of patients. They make sure that they choose the right context for what's happening to you as a patient, give you that content. There's two ways they can get it. They can go to the electronic health record, or they can pull it right off of a rack and provide a beautiful piece of printed content to the patient. Depends on what they're doing. But in the same piece of content, we can generate out. It can land in our electronic health record, and then the physician can access it that way. Finally, when we want to go to print, today we are print first, meaning we author everything in InDesign. We manage that print content. We translate twice. We translate the print. We translate the digital that we turn into HTML. We are going digital first. This DITA piece of content can go through the native PDF. It uses a low-code CSS 3-page media to produce output. We can generate that output. Those PDFs go to the print shop, and they can then be printed out in beautiful saddle-stitch booklets that the physician can access and give. So you've really seen us illustrate here, create once, publish everywhere using DITA. And I think that's pretty cool. DITA once, publish everywhere. Pretty dope. You can see
that would have been a good echo moment. Dope.
That would have been a better echo moment. Here you can see all of the channels we hit. We hit web, we hit syndication, we hit the electronic health record, and finally we went to print. So what does the future look like at Mayo Clinic? This is inspired by work that Jay Maxwell and the content strategist at Mayo Clinic put together from lots of different places and lots of individuals putting in input. But content is foundational to Mayo Clinic's 2030 vision, right? 2030 content is standardized, it's structured, focused on a single idea, it's annotated, channel agnostic, person-centered, inclusive, and diverse. For us, success is 2030 readiness. That means a unified backstage, an environment where content creators and their colleagues have the skills and tools to create once and publish everywhere. And Mayo Clinic has the right content for the right person at the right time in the language and format of their choice. That means, again, this content has the right style, spelling, grammar, tone, reading level. All these things are there in reusable chunks. We can reuse them backstage, and whatever the personalization engine of the future looks like, which we're building, it will be able to scale and support that.
And Sebastian, I'm loving the fact that you've got that 2030 vision, right? 2020 hindsight, sure, but 2030 vision, you're looking forward to where you're going to be, and not just in a month or 6 months or a year or two. Is tradition at Mayo Clinic to always have this view into the future, to be thinking about where do we want to be and how do we get there?
I believe so. I mean, Mayo's been doing it the Mayo way for a long period of time. I only joined Mayo Clinic 3 years ago. It's been an incredible journey. The individuals that I work with are visionary. They're looking ahead. We're ahead on a lot of things already. The way that we use graph-based ontologies to annotate our content so that we can scale and support tremendously large, complex medical vocabularies like SNOMED that contain, I think, around 300,000 different terms. We have to keep up. The medical world is complex, so a strategy to manage that complexity is absolutely paramount.
I love it. I wish every organization was to do that, to have that long-term vision of the value of that single source of truth, of the right information, being able to trust your content. So very nice to see.
It's super nice to see, and I think there are a lot of other parts that are super important to the needs of the patient come first, and the world of a world-class hospital. But that content is foundational, is exciting, and that our leaders see that importance is really exciting, and we are making this transformation to support that. All right. Let's talk about a little bit about precision content next, and all the value that you've been bringing along. You focused in on DITA specializations with us. the Smart Map and Topic Generator, and the native PDF Publisher. So let's take a break and grab a drink, and we'll come back virtually in a second, and we'll be ready. Cheers to talk about some of these.
Drink.
There you go. Better. And we're back.
All right.
That was a quick break. Taking a hat. Let's get to it. So we talked about the PC work. Let's jump into it a little bit in detail here. So tell us about
specializations. Just for those who aren't familiar with it, the idea that DITA has these topic types, topic concept task reference, map, book map. It's a starting point, and a lot of organizations can use that starting point in order to create all kinds of content and do very cool things. But eventually, you may get to the same point that Mayo Clinic did, where you look at it and you say, look, in our specific circumstances, we need to go beyond this. We need to tighten up the rules. We need to take what exists and put together something that meets our specific needs. And this is something where the Precision team got to work with Sebastian's team. So Sebastian, if you want to kick it off and tell us a little more about that, that would be great.
Yeah, we'll be really brief here, but spot on. Again, we talked about removing presentation layer details from our current content, stripping those out and putting them in smarter ways within DITA XML. Precision Content worked with us to add footnotes at the map level. A footnote element typically is only at the topic level. The way we structured our content model is really a map being equivalent to a whole delivery, and we needed those bibliographic supporting references to support the whole thing. Additionally, alternative title metadata was put in place. That allows us to support that create once, publish everywhere, or DITA once, publish everywhere dope. And it allows us to pipe out different titles on different sections depending on the context that we're delivering to. So had a great time working with Steve Manning from Precision Content. Nathan as well was a huge help on this, and really appreciate that work that you guys provided and laid the groundwork for us to solve how are we going to provide bibliographic reference for componentized content. And we have a really great solution for it. Jumping us forward here, we'll look at native PDF. Now, we mentioned that publication capability going digital first to print instead of print first to digital is a big part of our content transformation at Mayo Clinic. Tell us a little bit about the native PDF generator.
Yeah, so the native PDF, first off, if you're attending my other session, the one in which I talk about native PDF just long enough to say, go watch the Mayo Clinic session, then welcome. If you are wondering about that other session, if the video sequence doesn't make sense, we've already messed around with time and space at the beginning of this, so what's one more instance of it? But the native PDF, for those who have worked with the DITA Open Toolkit, and Sebastian, I don't see a page on Mayo Clinic on how to deal with the trauma of Open Toolkit and trying to go in, find the source file, open it up, learn all of the programming and code languages required in order to actually go in and modify the OT, make the modification, recompile it, install it onto whatever system you're working with, publish, realize that you put the wrong hex value in for the color combination and you have to go back and redo it. Or in the native PDF where it's click and drop down a color next to a style, choose from the visual pop-up. What native PDF really provides is an integrated solution. So Adobe's taken sort of the best of their various technologies and pulled them together into one solution. And here what you get is a visual interface to go in and build and configure the look of your PDF. Customize your page layouts, your content, etc. And I think you've got samples to show.
Yeah, no, let's jump over there and actually look at this live and demo it, and we'll talk more about it. We'll see you there in just a second. I'm going to open that up, and through the power of editing, I'll see you in 2 seconds.
Editing.
Okay, we have AEM open, and we're inside of AEM Guides. We're looking at Mayo Clinic's consumer condition guides, and I picked Achilles tendonitis for us. Have it open over here in the author view. I'm going to double click so you can see the map editor. This gives us a lot of ability to generate and work with the content. Let's look at a preview of this content itself. I'm going to jump past all of our key definitions that we have at the top and go down to overview. Here we are. We've got the overview. and we've got symptoms. There you can see an image. This just shows you a preview of the DITA XML content that authors use frequently. We are going to generate this. Let's say we're ready to go. I'm going to jump over to output. It's as easy as that to get to the native PDF once it's all set up. So Nathan Gilmore on the Precision Content team spent a lot of time with Vignesh and Mohan from Publicis Sapient putting together these amazing presets. These let us generate, if I want to generate a blue cover, I can click on that and it's going to start generating. You'll see it down in the bottom. While it does that, I want to show you a couple cool things. The templates themselves hold all the information for the type that we're looking at. I'm looking at the 8.5 by 11, and let's take a look at the style sheet for this one. Jump open and double click on the content. We can look at a style for an H2. We successfully generated that. We'll view that output here in just a second. I'm going to open it down here, but before we do, that was so fast, we didn't get to talk about it. I want you to talk a little bit about this tool. Before you do though, Bernard, I want to say for me it's exciting because we have front-end development teams. My dog is attacking my plug. This wouldn't be a real recording.
It's real. My dog's over here losing her mind because she just ate food. So it's dog o'clock somewhere.
It's dog o'clock somewhere.
I wanted to mention though, inside here, I mean, I've got some of my favorites, but some of yours.
Yes. Just really quickly, you can have a front-end developer working on CSS3, style sheets. Here you can see that very easily. You can look at that, develop it, and load it so that you're using the same styles for digital or HTML outputs as you are for print. Very powerful. All of these styles are loaded in here and created by front-end development teams. You can, however, also manipulate this as an author in this low-code way.
This is the one I love. If you don't like code, I mentioned earlier about using the open toolkit, and if you want to change the font color, just consider what you need to do to make a change in the toolkit. Here, you click on the font color pop-up and you pick the color and choose apply. You'll get to see an immediate change inside the document as well. The same thing if you want to go in and change things like the font size, or you want to change around your borders, your layout. All of those things are here in a visual interface, and kudos to the dev team at Adobe. This is really based on the engine in RoboHelp. If you've ever worked with RoboHelp, this is going to look familiar to you. And Adobe is practicing what we collectively preach in the world of DITA. They are, I guess, dope, right? Develop once and produce everywhere. They can grab the different pieces that they have, grab the components that they need, and put together into that product. They produce a solution that takes advantage of the best of Adobe. And that's what we have here.
We need standards and governance. We got to have one acronym to rule them all. So you can't reuse my acronym.
All right. I'll come up with something.
I do want to shout out to Vivek. The Divraj, Vivek especially, got to meet the product team from Adobe in Vegas at Summit, talked about some of the needs for us to save trees with our print materials, to do some really critical changes to the native PDF, and they're rolling that function out in June, July for us, right, already. So this is a product I think they're invested in, they're excited about, and so are we. So let's look at the generated output really quickly. We're in our test environment in AEM right now, not comfortable going out and demoing from prod. So we might not see perfection, but we see close to it. We see the cover sheet the way we would expect it. This can be printed up this way. We see our overview. We see what are the symptoms. Sorry for the bad scrolling. And there's that lovely Achilles tendonitis image.
Hang on that one for a second.
Sure.
While you were doing this, I went online. I had held this up earlier. I actually found the page where this information exists. And here's the symptoms and the image. So inside your environment, I'm guessing you're going to have things like causes and risk factors coming up, and risk factors might have bullets in the print version because I'm seeing it in your online.
Yep.
There's your causes.
There you go.
There they are.
Factors. Yep, absolutely. So same content going digital, coming out to print. Pretty cool. Okay. So we saw native PDF. let's talk a little bit about our map and topic generator, which I think Adobe is calling Smart Templates, but Mayo is calling Map and Topic Generator. A little bit about, so you saw us open up existing content. We have this Achilles tinnitus open. We saw us generate PDFs from it. We saw it on the web, on print, etc. When I want to create new in this system, because Mayo Clinic's content model is rather robust for this content, there's a lot of pieces here. Hey, Bernard, remember when I told you that we were a small but mighty organization?
Yes, indeed.
Remember when I told you that we wanted to take an authoring first perspective and make it easy for our editorial staff? And remember when I said we're moving folks with change management out of Word and into AEM?
Guides.
Yep. And remember when I said we're using precision content expertise to make our life better?
They do indeed.
All of those things come together with the Smart template or map and topic generator. And just to let you know, when I've done this a few times, you can come out and I can create a new map here. And I could then go down into my topics and I could reuse content from...
Drag and drop.
You could drag and drop out of these existing topics. There are many, many topics listed underneath each of these sections that live in this CCMS environment and get pulled into the whole. But if in order to do that, right, I'm going to come out here and create a new map.
And you got to put all the topics in the right order, right? Like I'm looking on the website here again.
And not only do I need to do it in the right order, but I want them to be empty with comments and helpful information so that they can follow the model, follow the structure for the holistic one so that they look more like this Achilles tendonitis right out of the bat. And then our staff can come in and just start populating them, right? And that's the beauty.
I'm guessing you don't want your staff to go in and have to think about, oh, first it's overview, then it's symptoms, and then it's risk. No, wait, then it's causes. And then after causes, there's that just shouldn't happen.
No, let me check this. No, we want it to be a wizard, a dynamic wizard that does it. And we want it extensible and scalable. We have more content types, many more content types than consumer condition guides. We want to scale this up, but we want to wait every time an author comes in and they click create new. I want them to be able to drop this down and pick the exact type that they want, not just a generic one that matches a DTD. So
you've already come up with a relatively powerful model in which you have the map and then you have whether it's 5 or 10 or 50 or 150 things, and they have to be nested in a specific order. And some of those might be coming from existing material like legal or contact us. That's exactly the same always. And some of it might be a shell. And you don't want to go in and I guess manually go through here and drag and drop all of those bits and pieces from every single topic location that you have.
I want it to look like this, where it jumps in.
Smart templates.
It's a new map, but the template is pre-factored. Especially, we talked about engineered content models. That means we have repeatable patterns for how topics nest in maps per content type. That means we should be able to generate that template very easily. And then when an author goes in and starts to work in here, they can open up the topic and just start writing. That's what we want. So show me how that happens.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Sebastian. So let's jump right into it. Joining us is Vina, part of our precision content team. She is our sorcerer supreme of all things AEM guides. AEM. There's too many for me to list offhand. Vina, I'll let you do your own introduction in a moment in regards to the skill set, but she's the one who took what Mayo Clinic needed, figured out how to make the implementation work, and that's what we're going to see next. So Vina, it's over to you.
Thank you, Bernard. Hello, everyone. Veena here. I'm a senior AEM dev at Precision Content. I bring expertise on various Adobe Marketing Cloud products, including AEM guides, sites, assets, and few more. So I'll quickly jump into the coolest feature that we have built for Mayo Clinic using Smart Templates. From repository view, let me jump over to templates on the web editor. And here we have created a template for Mayo Clinic suiting their content model, signed off by their IA team using the content pattern that is followed at Mayo. In the map template, if you observe, there are predefined lists of topic already referenced on the map. So all of these are going to come in when you create a new map using this template that we have built. For each of these topics, we have built a unique template as well, following the complex folder structure that meteor repository has. So all of these will be created not only in a single instant, but also they themselves get placed in their own folders, suiting the meteor's content repository view. So let me quickly demo that. Coming up here into repository view, create a new map using the template. And for a condition title, let me go with something cooler, which is known to everyone these days, buzzing around ChatGPT, slowly converting into a condition.
I plead guilty.
Guilty.
So as I click that, let's give a couple of seconds to bring up the new map that I've created. As you see here, I have just created one single map, but you observe a list of topics are already created and placed under map for me. This happened with smart templates. And all of these are placed in a predefined order. First goes overview and follows to the end. Not only this, it also places all of the topics into their original folders, suiting the content structure of Mayo Clinic. If you observe, the titles of topics are having some placeholders. They are not having the condition title injected into them. To do that, we have built another cool feature, which is tied to this simple icon on the toolbar. This is a customized icon we placed on the toolbar on the web editor. When someone clicks it, it does the cleanup in a second. Now you see all the titles are changed,
Nice.
which included the map title on the topics. There you go. With this, any content author can create any number of maps for infinite conditions with a single click. Not to worry about creating each and every topic at once, creating the same content structure over and over at multiple times.
And Veena, it's extensible, right, for different content types. So this is one of many, almost 50 different content types that Mayo Clinic is looking to create, and there'll be more in the future as we go. If we want to structure the content differently, we can build the template and then allow our editorial staff to select from the right template. It should then create the right backstage map, all the corresponding topics in the right folders, and they can start to edit. One call out too is right now, I know this is empty, but Mayo Clinic, working with our content engineer, content operations, and editorial staff, plan to add editorial direction inside the topic itself as draft comments within the DITA markup, right? So that when you generate this, you also get direction on what content to create, what not to, how to use this template. So more on usage will be coming, but we're very excited about this function. Really appreciate the way that you've delivered this. Thank you.
Hey, Sebastian, this is like a plain canvas. You can paint all the colors in it. The way your content type changes according to the need, we can tailor the templates too.
Wonderful. So again, thanks, Sebastian, of course, but also a big thank you to a couple of people on our team, Nathan, Steve, Veena, for the work that you've done in order to make this happen, to the Publicis team that was involved, Adobe, Stefan, the work that you've done in order to pull together DITAWorld, and also behind the scenes, Vivek, Divraj, some of the things that you've managed to pull off, the miracles that have come together in order to create this content. Also, literal heartfelt thank you to Mayo Clinic. Again, the content you're creating impacts the way people live their lives every single day. So, speaking from my personal experience with the trust that I have in your content, it has made a difference in my life in the way that I deal with what I'm doing day to day. It gave me the confidence that what I had to deal with was not life-ending if I addressed it properly. And you gave me the ability to do that. So thank you. When I did my own research, that I was able to find your content. And Sebastian, again, thanks to you. Turn it over to you for any final words.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to share what Mayo Clinic is doing as they vision out 2030 content and beyond. Thanks to Precision Content, Publicis Sapient, Adobe for the help to get us there. Thank you especially to the Mayo staff, our executive sponsors, Jim and Radhika, all of the focus on content, and our ability to build a better tomorrow starts with this technology layer, and it ends with the people and process coming together to build where we're going. And we're really excited about that. Hey, I want to try one last thing before we say adieu.
All right. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I got this back. One more snap. Let's try it. Oh, no. Sorry, Bernard. All right. Bye, everybody.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another DITA World. I'm pretty excited to be a part of this one. My name is Chad. I'm a senior solutions consultant with Acrolinks, and I'm here today to talk to you about orchestrating communication excellence through the lens of content governance, specifically thinking about generative AI. You're probably familiar with ChatGPT, been in the news a lot lately. You've probably been playing around a bit with it, and really going to talk through how to use that safely and responsibly today during the next 25 minutes or so. I'm going to start out with a question for you. I want you to think a little bit about this. It might seem a little strange. How are your content operations like a marching band? You might imagine some strange visuals at this point, thinking about what that looks like. All your technical writers marching around in uniforms with instruments or something. Not really what I'm thinking, but why don't we take a look and see where I'm coming from with this particular question. But first, I need to introduce you to a gentleman named John Philip Sousa. Mr. Sousa was a famous American composer and band leader right around the turn of the 20th century. He's got a magnificent mustache, which I'm a little envious of. He also composed some music pieces that you're likely familiar with, like The Stars and Stripes Forever, Semper Fidelis, which is the United States Marines marching song. And this instrument we see down at the bottom is called a sousaphone. Obviously, it bears his name. And just in case anyone watching this has any illusions that I have ever been cool, I want to point out that no offense to anybody who still isn't playing a sousaphone, but I played a sousaphone in my middle school marching band, which was several years ago at this point. I did have my dad look for a picture of me with the instrument. That was not available, so I'm afraid we're stuck with this fine gentleman we see here instead. That probably would have been good for a chuckle. So, John Philip Sousa, famous composer and band leader. That's where we're starting our conversation today. Probably a bit farther back in history than a lot of the other folks we might be hearing from along the way here today. And I want to read this quote to you from him. It's from an article he wrote for a magazine called The Menace of Mechanical Music. That is not, I believe, a prescient reference to Lou Reed's 1975 album called Metal Machine Music, which is widely panned as one of the worst albums ever recorded, unfairly, I think. But, well, let's see what Mr. Sousa has to say. So, sweeping across the country with the speed of a transient fashion in slang or Panama hats, political war cries, or popular novels comes now the mechanical vice to sing for us a song or play for us a piano in substitute for human skill, intelligence, and soul. Pretty flowery language. What is he talking about here, right? So think about the time period. The big bands like the ones he would have led were popular music at the time, right? That was how you went and saw music, heard music, of course, and he's really thinking here about the advent of music recordings and how that is going to take the soul out of our experience of music. And those of you who don't know me, I'm a big music fan. I love listening to and playing, although not as much as I would like music. But he feels like this idea of recorded music is taking the human element out of that experience for the audience, right? So he'd also like you, I believe, to get off of his lawn, if he still, in fact, has one. So thinking about the way that John Philip Sousa viewed the concept of musical recordings back around, again, the turn of the 20th century, does that remind you of anything that we're experiencing today? Kind of makes me think of ChatGPT and generative AI concepts, right? Taking that much more literally, I think, taking that human element out of content creation. Not only the words, right, which a lot of us here are particularly interested in, but also automatically generating art, if that's how you feel it should be called, right? Maybe it is art, maybe not, but generating images from text prompts and things like that. So it's an interesting thing that really repeats itself over and over again throughout history when we start to think about disruptive technologies. They always have their detractors. A lot of times those tend to be established people within the fields that technology is planning to disrupt. A lot of us here probably fall into that category, right? And I'm here really to talk today about how we can use generative AI concepts safely and responsibly within the enterprise, rather than just turning up our nose at the entire concept. So generative AI is obviously no exception to this, right? A lot of concerns over, you browse LinkedIn, will generative AI replace technical writers? Is this the beginning of the end for human content creation, right? And I believe that is not the case, right? The world will be perhaps divided into, much like other disruptive technologies in the past, between people who use it in their work and people who choose not to. With generally the way these things go is technology continues to march forward, and if you don't embrace, then you might be looking for something else to do. So disruptive technologies, by their very nature, are going to meet with some type of resistance, and of course, generative AI is no exception. So one of the things that really kind of caught my eye recently around the concept of generative AI, and I'm not picking on Spotify here, but just streaming music services in general, is that what's happening in that space is that if, say, for example, you have a playlist in Spotify that is for having your baby fall asleep to, right? So it might be soothing classical music, right? Well, there are generative AI applications that can take that type of content as an input and then generate content that is similar to it. And you can go out to these platforms. You start an album, for example, right? And then after that album or playlist is complete, the algorithm takes over. So what we've started to see in that environment is that the algorithm for Spotify or whoever your music service happens to be, if you have one, starts to select these generated pieces of, calling the music is a bit generous, but generated pieces of sound, and then start to play them as that album ends, or as that playlist is ending, right? And that really, to me, speaks around the need for governance around generative AI concepts, right? Finding and making sure that the content that take that same concept and apply it to the enterprise, right? Talking to a lot of people who are exploring the use of tools like ChatGPT, easy for me to say, and doing a lot of experimentation and thinking about accreditation for that content, right? Take aside the concept that is this actually copyright infringement, right? We're taking all of these publicly available sources of content and sort of creating new stuff inspired by, maybe from them. Who wrote that, right? And should you as an organization have a disclaimer associated with content like that? Say, this content was generated by a machine, right? Or disassociating it from yourself even further, or some organizations that we're talking to from Acrolinks really are avoiding the concept, right? So it's a spectrum, and a lot of different thought processes around this concept, a lot of different approaches being taken, and it's really interesting to have those conversations, and you want to make sure that, like Spotify, people aren't sneaking in content that doesn't make any sense or doesn't really fit, or doesn't match your tone of voice with your technical documentation, right? So we have to get our hands around this somehow. The cat is, as they say, out of the bag with generative AI. People are going to use it. We need to figure out and understand how we're going to do that in a governed, safe, and responsible way. So these machines can now generate content faster than people can consume it, right? If you've played around with ChatGPT, that app, right? It writes content almost faster than you can read it sometimes, as long as the servers aren't down. And so that's really concerning, because we already have a huge volume of content within every organization that is driven by content or has content in it, which is all of them. So how can we actually govern that content that's able to be produced at a much more rapid pace than humans do, and already take generative AI out of the equation? Already organizations have a lot of content that it's difficult or impossible to actually govern that content at scale with limited headcount and things like that. So as that content velocity and the volume of content being produced inevitably increases, right? How are we going to get our hands around governing that content, making sure it's aligned with our values and our tone of voice, making sure that somebody looks at it, at least in some capacity, to make sure it meets our standards, right? I'm going to argue that is one place where Acrolinks can come in and make some differences, really help you understand where content lives, what that content looks like, and make sure that it's aligned to your standards, make sure it understands your content, make sure it understands what it's talking about. It's another thing with ChatGPT. It's a very confident liar, if you will, and it says that it gives the impression that it knows things that it perhaps does not. So what you say, and when I say you, I mean an organization, and that could be technical writers or robots that are generating the content. But what you say and how you say it matters to your audience, and as we'll see in a moment, to your investors, right? So being aligned with your tone of voice, right? Being aligned with the right terminology that you need to use to describe your products or services, being aligned to your diversity and inclusion goals and values, right? All of that matters. Every time someone consumes content from your organization, that's a customer touch point. And if it's not aligned with your values, it's not aligned with your tone of voice, that's a missed opportunity to have that positive interaction with somebody that might not otherwise be as positive as it could be, right? So your tone of voice is absolutely essential to your brand. There's all sorts of studies and guidance around how to craft a tone of voice, right? How to define who you are as a company. And a lot of times people think of branding as a logo and color schemes and the spacing around a logo and what's appropriate to do with that. Right, but just as important as that, if not more, is how you speak. Right? Are you an authoritative brand? Are you informal in nature? There's some really great examples of informal branding that is just kind of fun and really kind of makes you like the organization. Not always appropriate, right? Sometimes authoritative and formal. If you're a financial services organization, for example, frequently you would want to be a little more formal in nature. But whatever you've decided on as your tone, right, your voice, the way you speak to your customers and both internal and external stakeholders is vital to establishing and maintaining your brand identity, just as much as the visual elements that I just mentioned, right? Your logo and so forth. So it really, I guess I got a little ahead of myself here, but it really, your tone really defines that personality that you have as a brand, right? It shapes not only your customer's impression of you at a macro level, right? But each time they interact with your brand, right? That needle moves just a little bit, right? Oh, this content was really difficult to use, right? It's unclear, it's not well written, it's not aligned to the tone I've come to. It sounds like it might be coming from a totally different organization, right? So every time you have that touch point, it's an opportunity to move the needle in one direction or the other, and it's important to get that right as much as possible, and that's very difficult to do with small editorial teams, tons of content flowing throughout the organization, and it really becomes quite a challenge. So again, your tone of voice tells your customers, for example, right? I'm trustworthy, right? I'm a financial organization. You can trust me with your money. I'm a car manufacturer. You can trust me to produce a reliable product that you're not going to regret buying a year from now, right? And there might be some car manufacturers that once fit that description and no longer do, perhaps because of the manner in which they communicate with the world. It also might tell you I'm funny. I think Slack is a really good example of this, right? They use emojis, and it's really on brand for them. And the Slack tone of voice is sort of irreverent, very informal, and it really kind of fits with the whole vibe of the product, right? It's meant to facilitate informal communication between colleagues. Lots of emojis. You can even make your own emojis. I've recently, and I believe quite belatedly, discovered. So I now have a little blimp and a little Sasquatch emoji that I can send to my colleagues as non sequiturs most of the time, and just a lot of fun. Slack's branding is reflective of that, right? And if you're going to be communicating with people, you might as well have a little bit of fun while you're doing it. Another thing your tone could say is, it could be all over the place, completely different from one article, support article to the next, one web page to the next, right? Your content could be telling your customers, well, I just don't have a content governance strategy. I don't care enough to make efforts to get my hands around all of this content, really govern it, make sure it's aligned with not only my tone of voice, but my corporate values as well, right? So thinking about inclusion and diversity specifically there, right? So it's really up to you how you want to go ahead and tackle this or not, right? Maybe you're so busy keeping the lights on that you don't have time to go back and look at the hundreds of thousands of pages of content that is maybe on your website. Understandably so, right? That's a massive undertaking. If we start to talk about content volumes like that, going through and reviewing all of that content in a manual way, what you start to see when you start crunching the numbers is that the effort required to do something like that is measured not in work hours or work days or even work months. It's really measured in work years, and that's really a non-starter when we've got to keep the lights on. We got to keep running the business, right? The content keeps needing to be pushed out. If we don't have time to go back and scrub non-inclusive language from our content, change the terminology to match our current standards, the current product names that we use, and think about a rebranding exercise, trying to find every instance of the old company name and changing it to the new. That's just a ton of effort that is really difficult, if not impossible, to scale to. Had an interesting conversation actually earlier this week with a customer who wanted to take a look at all of their published content and find accessibility issues, right? And that could be something as simple as well, look at all these images we have. Do they have alt text associated with them so that screen readers can describe the image, right? Do those alt tags have punctuation in them so that when the screen reader reads it, it's not a run-on sentence, right? Same for link text and that sort of thing, right? You need to make sure that that alt text, just as an example, is just as good as your standard on the page content, so that screen readers can provide a good experience for in this case, folks who have a visual impairment, right? So a lot of those things are not optional, particularly in specific industries, and it's your choice how you want to go ahead and deal with that. If you want to invest work years in it by doing it with humans, that's certainly an option, although I wouldn't necessarily want to go to the budget holder and ask for budget for that. So a very interesting piece of information I stumbled upon a while back is that clear, concise, understandable writing can even have a direct impact on an organization's stock price. That was really eye-opening for me, right? If you think about the clarity with which you write, it's really important to communicate what you are trying to communicate as clearly as possible. That impacts trustworthiness or the perception of it anyway, right? It impacts also inclusion. I had another interesting conversation with last week with an organization who's really focused on, as many are, right, on inclusion and accessibility, and they described the clarity of content as an accessibility consideration, right? They mentioned specifically people who are neurodivergent and really the ability to have clear, concise content that you can consume quickly and easily, get the answer you need to solve whatever problem you might be having, and kind of move on with your day. That's important for everybody, right? But for people who are neurodivergent, that is also a huge consideration, and it then starts to fall into the bucket of accessibility. So I thought that was a super interesting way to be viewing just the clarity and the sort of reading level of your content. But it can also, as we'll see in just a moment, have a financial impact to an organization's shareholders, which I thought was a little surprising, but that claim that I'm making is really based on, and I've got the URL here for the study I'm citing. But what they found was by establishing standards for, and they had different words for it, but essentially clear writing, right? Clarity. Their analysis provides evidence that issuing financial disclosure documents, specifically, right, with low readability scores, and I'm injecting my own language here, causes firms to trade at significant discounts relative to the value of their fundamentals. And I had to kind of parse that a little bit, but essentially that means stock price goes down in a way that can't be explained by their price to earnings ratio or other types of fundamentals that people much smarter than me look at when they're deciding what stocks to buy. So I thought that was fascinating, that that the trustworthiness of your content, in this case with financial disclosures, really starts to plummet and can actually directly impact that stock price. Very, very interesting to find that out. So it bears repeating. What you say and how you say it, it really does matter. Both from a doing the right thing perspective, when we start talking about diversity and inclusion, to a clarity perspective, right? How usable is this content, which also, as we've seen, has an impact and an inclusion aspect to it. And going back to your tone of voice and really making sure that you're speaking with one voice as an organization, whether somebody's consuming your marketing materials or your technical documentation or your financial disclosure, right? So really important to have a good handle on the way you want to present yourself as a brand through the language that you use. And so if you think about we're in a kind of technical documentation conference here, right? So you wouldn't go hire a new tech writer and then tomorrow plop them down in front of their PC and say, go ahead, start writing. We're all set. We hired you. You're good to go. Nobody does that, right? It's like, well, here's the style guide, and here's some things to kind of get you started with our company values, and here's the content you'll be working on. Here's the system you'll be documenting, your product you'll be documenting, right? So you got to train people to do things, and that's also true with ChatGPT and other generative AI large language model systems, right? So if you've played around with ChatGPT, it again, it's very confident about what it thinks it knows, and it kind of comes up with information that may not be correct, and you certainly wouldn't want an untrained large language model, which is the type of technology ChatGPT is. You certainly wouldn't want an untrained, or as they call it, untuned large language model generating content for your organization, right? You've got to train that model with your best content. Otherwise, you're really playing, you're rolling the dice with the types of content that it's going to generate for you. So, to use these new technologies, these generative AI technologies, safely and responsibly, you must govern your content. That's the message that, and it's funny. It's not Acrolinks saying that; it's our customers telling us. You have to govern your content in order to safely and confidently be able to use technologies that like ChatGPT that are generating content for you, right? You have to teach the machine what's good, right? What are your products, right? What's your terminology? What's your tone of voice? You have to teach the machine those things. Otherwise, if you say we've got an informal tone of voice, I've had some very interesting experiences where I've had, okay, rewrite this in an informal tone, and it goes a little far in the informal direction in some cases, right? It'll start off sentences with yo and things like that, which maybe that is your brand, but you want to make sure that you train the model to understand that that's your brand rather than having it do it on its own. So with Acrolinks, really the way we're doing that is by establishing style guides in the cloud with Acrolinks, right? We call them targets, but they consist of a number of goals here. You can see clarity, right? Top of mind, top of the list. It's also alphabetical, but the clarity of your content, right? We talked about that being really important to perhaps your bottom line in the form of stock price, to the concept of inclusion, right? And just to the general overall concept of usability. How usable is this content if it's unclear and difficult to follow and hard to read, right? Can I follow the instructions in here? Sure, maybe it's difficult, and we want to make sure that that's not the case, right? So all of these goals are part of the Acrolinks platform. We call them targets, and we really want to make sure that we've got these established as we are looking to find our best content. So what we're looking at here is a collection of content that Acrolinks has scanned. This happens to be a website, happens to be our website. So you can see that obviously our Acrolinks scores tend to be pretty good. We use our own tool. But this is a way, we call this Content Cube. You can go ahead and find and collect your best content. And then you see that friendly magical blue button up at the top called Train Acrolinks. This is how we're going to enable you to collect that great content that you have that's aligned with your corporate style standards, tone of voice, inclusive language, right? To make sure we're hitting all of those right notes. There's that music tie-in. Hitting all those right notes as we train our large language model with our best content, so that what comes out the other side when we start using it to generate content is also aligned with our goals, is also factually correct based on the information we found, is also inclusive. So really important to feed the robots good food, right? So that they can then make good content on the back end when you start using generative AI going forward. And so you're going to use that large language model that you've tuned. So the way it works is it's layered, right? So there's this kind of public language model. There's a number of them actually. And then what you want to do is keep that as your foundation, and then your content, your tuning layer, if you will, goes over the top of that, right? So you ask Acrolinks to write something about a blimp, right? Your company doesn't work on blimps, right? So it can still go down into the publicly available model, or kind of that publicly tuned information, and figure out what a blimp is. And then, if you ask it about one of your products, it stops there, right? And starts to talk about your product itself. Wildly oversimplified, but the idea is we want to create that layer of safety over the top of the kind of public model, and make sure that the content that you're generating as you go forward into this sort of brave new world of generative AI is really going to be aligned to your content standards, and frankly know what it's talking about when we start to think about specific products, what they do, and so forth. And a little spoiler, I mentioned a little bit ago, we need to go ahead and do this to navigate that brave new world of generative AI safely. And that's really the key, is if your large language model is feeding on garbage, right? Garbage is going to come out the other end. So how do we get our hands around the content quality that we are feeding into this language model? Acrolinks is here to help you with that, and we can go ahead and create that collection, train your model, and then you can start to use generative AI in a much more confident manner. Because this is an Adobe conference, I would be remiss in not mentioning that you can even leverage Acrolinks in the context of Adobe Experience Manager Guides, which we see here, and which I'm sure you're hearing about in various other sessions throughout this wonderful conference that Adobe puts on every year. AEM Guides, Acrolinks has a direct integration here. You can see our sidebar there that's going to catch all of the, in this case, incorrect spellings of the word cryptozoology, which I really need to teach by Acrolinks instance. You can also do it in Adobe FrameMaker, right? So we've got support for both of those products within the Adobe suite, and because this is DITAWorld, those would be the two really relevant Adobe products for much of this audience. So we're really In the context of other authoring environments, we have over 50 integrations where we can meet your authors where they're working, including places like Figma, obviously Microsoft Word, other types of even Adobe Experience Manager sites. So we really meet the authors where they work, provide all of the types of guidance and standards around content that you need in order to align with your brand standards, align with your organization's values, and so forth. And so we really provide content governance at scale, right? And that's the important part for the enterprise, right? By supporting as many possible authoring environments as we can, by providing that governance layer over the top that we saw, where we're collecting content and feeding it into our large language model. Really, that's the way we find ourselves supporting large enterprises, and really is a way for us to differentiate ourselves in the market. And so I'm going to close here by saying we've got a tagline. I'm going to use it. So Acrolinks, better content faster. And then I've added this part, even if it's written by robots. And as you might imagine, the Panama hat is not included. So I want to thank you all for your time today. Really appreciate the opportunity to present here at another DITA World. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I thank you all for joining the session, and I believe you are enjoying the great ideas and you will get opportunity to take away heaps of information from the sessions of DITAWorld 2023. I am Divraj Singh, Senior Manager Solution Consulting at Adobe. Today, the keynote from Vivek must have inspired you about the revolution that artificial intelligence is bringing and potential that is yet to be uncovered from it. The world of content creation is constantly evolving, and artificial intelligence is quickly becoming a major player in driving our approach for any project. Machine learning is the most dominant mode of AI because machine learning algorithms find pattern in data and infer rules on their own. That is, they learn from data and improve over time. These patterns can be used for automation and prediction. But let's explore and talk about the opportunities that Vivek has summarized in the keynote. In the content management, the buzz is about what OpenAI has recently developed. Vivek spoke about it. A text generation algorithm called GPT-3, which is capable of creating content that is indistinguishable from content written by human beings. OpenAI is revolutionizing the content creation process by utilizing AI and machine learning, making it easier and faster than ever before to create high quality content. As OpenAI continues to develop new and innovative technologies, it will only further improve how content is created. One of the applications of AI in content creation is definitely automated writing, which helps authors to create content much faster as they can use the suggestions from content written elsewhere. Another way AI is changing content creation is through personalized content recommendations. AI can be used to generate content tailored to the individual user or for a business stream. For example, an AI-powered system can make recommendations based on users' past behavior or suggest related content and create custom content to suit a user's interest. AI-powered system can be used to generate content quickly and at scale. This could be used to quickly generate content for websites, social media, or even print publications. OpenAI's technology could be used to help content creators generate the ideas quickly, and it reduces the amount of work they have to do or these authors have to do. Writers can quickly generate multiple drafts of the content without spending hours researching and writing. This can be especially helpful for writers who lack time or resources to complete a project. However, we heard in Vivek's keynote that content creators should be aware of the potential risk as well that come with it, as adoption of this technology is still in its early stages. And there is no guarantee yet that the results produced by its algorithms are accurate and reliable. We all are unveiling this technology, but being excited about the opportunities it can bring. But we want to actually be very mindful of doing it the right way. You have to gain this opportunity that seldom are the life events when we can make corrections and build foundation for years to come. Now, different organizations or teams have different intent or goal or focus of automation. Beyond the concerns that we know around adapting the new technology because of the trust that is yet to be built around it, there is a need to apply the technology with appropriate context. All this is simpler for content like email, chat, campaigns, etc. However, when writing the product documents, manuals, or new features, writers cannot rely on generic learning algorithms. We do understand that special content needs special handling. This is where adapting the technology to a component content management system requires deep diving into what a user of a CCMS can gain from this technology to become more efficient and more cost effective. Think of a CCMS where you are authoring, searching, and using the content. The machine learning to be effective, its algorithm needs to learn on how the content is created by your organization or the industry in which your content creators operate. So the learning algorithms should build all that intelligence based on the content in your system. This is where the key differentiator is. If we enable AI on your CCMS and train the AI system on your content to give all of these benefits together, what if the author is typing in any content and the system is able to give type ahead suggestions to complete the sentences based on what you have already written? Similarly, suggestions on reusing the content, then writing it from the scratch, and avoid creating duplicate copies of the same content in the system. Helping authors to create complex content structures like tables, prologue, note, and any kind of formatted list or formatted elements. If all that help comes from the system itself, it becomes much easier for the author to operate. Similarly, if you try to search for the terms, or if the author is typing in a content and the system is able to recommend that this is a term which already exists or it is an acronym of a definition that already exists in the system, so that the author can create a hot link to the definition wherever it exists, or automatically adding related links for better approachability of the content that is not directly accessible, or help the users search for existing content based on natural language queries. So user doesn't have to really find out the content based on the text in it. The users can simply write a query, where is place called so and so, and the system should be able to give you the content based on the sections which are already created in your system. To deep dive and understand how this impacts daily job for content creators, think about contextual reuse. AI-powered recommendation engines can keep learning on the content that you have already created in the system. And it allows new creators or the new users who are onboarding into the system with a good idea to find an existing content that they can reuse and avoid rewriting. The recommendation can be for an existing content or an image that matches the content context or the metadata, so that it could be related to existing terms or existing content without having to type in that content again. Similarly, automation can be achieved to gain efficiency by the use of autocorrect and autocomplete. So small companies who have less people but desire to generate more content with ability to process natural language and learn from industry or organization or product specific content, which is added by the users into the same system, these mechanisms can make necessary recommendation to become an effective writing assistance tool for the content creators of any industry. You can also optimize and control. Optimizing content for SEO can also become easier with this. AI-powered SEO can help create top-ranking, easily understandable, error-free content, can improve the readability, and hence adoption by discovering the related keywords or writing or rewriting the text to be keyword focused. And then think about innovating and experimenting. With machine learning algorithms, it can generate varied suggestions when requested at different times or by different users or in different contexts. As it keeps learning from what you have already written into the system, it keeps on suggesting new content which is added to the system. So the users can accept or reject based on the fact that the users can find better options as the system suggests. So the machine learning algorithms can keep on scoring that content and gives better suggestion to the other users. Similarly, these systems which are AI enabled, they can also process natural language. So it can understand what the user is trying to write, interpret that, and convert that to a structured content which is eventually added or directed by the system rules or the business rules. So you can type in simple English and let the system write the content in a structured format. So these algorithms can help you do all that. And lastly, one of the key benefits once your content is written into the system, the experience that will greatly change with the abilities of machine learning. The search system, as we know, can make suggestions based on written content, or you can search on free text or the content which is already written there in your system. But with machine learning, it can interpret the user's query and deduce the inferences from the same content to return accurate, summarized responses. Hence, this will prove out to be time saver, not only for the content creators, but also the consumers of the content. All these capabilities are great in general, but the algorithm that provides this efficiency gain should be accustomed to your content, to your industry, to your domain. And in the previous slide, as we saw, if machine learning can be trained on your content, it can do wonders. In the next few slides, I'm going to show you a glimpse of these capabilities adapted in a CCMS. Like we will take an example with AEM Guides, and we will then run through a short demo of each of those capabilities that I will explain in the next few slides. Okay, so the first one which we see is autocomplete. So in this case, let's say an author is writing a sentence. If there is a similar sentence written elsewhere in the system, the author was not aware. But assume that the author has written some sentences or few words, and then the system gives suggestions like, are these the words that you want to write next? If yes, the author can say, okay, I will accept those changes, and then move on further, right? So this is the system suggesting from the previous experience or from previous learning based on what the other users have written in other topics. Right, so type ahead is very important if you are writing fresh content, but you need suggestions so that you can type and complete your content creation quickly. Right, so these suggestions can be based on the industry for which you are creating the content, organization specific content that already exists in the system. It could be product related content, right? As maybe you are writing content about multiple products, but this could be a suggestion based or specific to a particular product as well, based on the metadata which is associated to the content that you're writing in, etc. Or it could be user preferred information sources. Okay, so let's look at this, how it looks like in a system. Right, so this is an AEM Guides interface. It is a web editor wherein you can access all the content that exists in the system, and you can also write new content there. So let's assume I have opened a document. I want to start writing a new content, and this is a template wherein the document looks something like this. It is a template where it has given you a starting point so the authors can start writing from there. right? So what we are going to do is we are going to take an example of autocomplete or type ahead suggestions example. So we will go ahead and edit this particular topic as an author, and let's assume I have written few words there and I want the system to respond and give some suggestions as I type. So I press a space bar here and see the system has given one suggestion. Probably this is the only suggestion available, but if you want to see if there are more options, there is a shortcut key you can apply and see if there are more options. No, there are none, right? So I can simply go ahead and accept this and simply go ahead and accept this and add it, press a space bar, add more content. So you can keep on writing like this. But let's say you're working in another topic or another paragraph wherein you want to see what suggestions are given by this particular system, right? So there is one suggestion, but let's say if I want to choose more, there can be multiple suggestions if those are applicable, right? So you can, let's say, choose the second one there and then move on writing, right? So you can keep on adding more words and see how quickly you can write more content without thinking about what my next words could be when I'm writing this, right? So that's an important aspect when you are automating or giving productivity gains to your authors. Now let's look at the second example, smart content reuse, wherein let's say I have written a paragraph, but I want to see if there are any content pieces which are written in a similar fashion, which has a similar content written elsewhere. And rather than writing a fresh content, I would want to point my content to that existing content so that I can avoid duplicacy of this content. So we are going to take this as an example and try out this in the system. So let's open another topic, which is having a template for some paragraph notes, etc. So let's assume I have written some words in my paragraph here, right? And I want to see if there is already a topic or some content written similar to this. So there could be a smart action shortcut key which you can use. And on the right side, there could be a smart suggestions panel. I can double click on this to see all the suggestions and see I have 3 of those. What I can do here is I can preview this content and see how it looks like. So this is what I have written on the left side, and this is what is already available in another topic. If I think this is the right choice, then I can go ahead and accept. Or if I want to further confirm, I can look at more information, like which all topics are using this particular content. So I can go ahead and let's say accept this. What it will do is you will see that the color of this text has changed, which means it is no more a local content. So if I do Control Z or undo the changes, you will see it was a local content, right? I could type in further into this, right? And let's say if I re-add that suggestion, and this time maybe I want to add this particular suggestion here. So you will see that this has turned blue. Now I cannot type this inside this particular paragraph because this is read only. Why? If I look at the source here, this paragraph is now actually a content reference to another topic, another paragraph, which means I'm not writing the content locally here. It's actually pointing to another topic paragraph, which is already written, right? So I'm not rewriting it again. Right. Similarly, this applies to something like notes, right? So these kinds of notes maybe are written elsewhere. I want to utilize them, right? I will use the shortcut key and get my suggestions here, right? I look at first note here, right? So this is how it looks like. This looks good. I'm going to accept this, right? So what it is going to do is it is going to add the note from the already existing topic. Okay. So the use cases can be more, but let's actually go ahead and check the other scenarios. Right. So let's move on to the next one, which is related links. So primarily, when you are creating content, you want to create a recommended list of links which are related to the content that you are already writing. So primarily, you would add those related links to improve the findability or approachability of the content that you are relating, so that people will also read related topics to this particular content. Now, to add those related links into your content, you might have to search for those and you might miss out some of those. With the machine learning algorithms, the system can actually suggest you what could be the potential related links for this particular topic, right? Based on what it has learned, based on the metadata which is applied to other topics, based on the industry in which you are operating or the product that about which you are writing the content. So let's go ahead and see this example in the system. Right, so we will use the same content here, right? I'll just do Control Z to reduce the content here. And let's say there is related links section in a topic. If I just look out for suggestions here and look out for all those options, click on this smart suggestions icon, it will appear or it will showcase all the options which are available for this particular topic. Let's say I want to add this particular topic to my related links. Right, I can add that, and then probably I would want to add more, right? So I can accept more related links and save my topic, right? So this is how my topic will look like now. Probably let's also add the note again, right? And so this time I'm adding a different note. And what you can do is it looks like this, but once it is done, you can go to the preview and look at your topic like this is how it looks like now. Okay. So very easy way to start creating your content. You don't have to worry about where all those related topics are or where those pre-existing content is created. Right. Let's look at another great example, which is glossary. Like when you have some available terms which are already created in the system and you want to use those as you are typing in, you want to write the acronyms and point those to the definition, be it defined at the end of the document, let's say, right? So it's either called glossary terms or the keyword or the definitions which are existing in the system. What you can do is, let's say you are writing some content in there, right? So there is already one abbreviated form added, but obviously these terms should exist in your context, and the context is primarily the route map which is set in the editor when you are working, right? So let's say I wanted to add something like cue ball is an adapter. So as soon as I am writing this, you see like there is a suggestion made by the system that is this a term that you want to point to, right? So I would say, okay, I want to do this, right? So primarily all these terms are coming from the context, and these are the terms here. So if I write exactly one of these as a text, the system is going to suggest that whether you want to include that as a term or a definition here or not, right? Now let's look at another example of this, right? Authoring Copilot, which is one of the major features which we can look at when we want to automate or improve the productivity. And this is one of the major or one of the critical portions when you are looking at machine learning, because as you are creating content, as new users are getting onboarded, it becomes easier and easier with these capabilities. We will take a look at some examples, right? So I'm opening one topic where I have some samples already set up, but I will give you an example with each one of those. Let's say I am new to structured authoring. I don't know how to write structured content. I don't know how to write, let's say, a unordered list in my content. What I know is that my unordered list should have 5 items, and I know the item names, right? So as a new writer, I can simply write one line here saying that add an unordered list with 5 items, so and so. Now what I can do is, I know that this is not correct or this is not structured. I want to convert this. I can right click this particular paragraph and say smart actions. Now on this screen, what I can do is I can choose an option to say follow text prompt. What this is going to do is it is going to interpret the command and say this is how it looks like, right? If I want to confirm, just in case, I can go ahead and look at the source. This was the paragraph, it has changed to unordered list. If I am good, go ahead and accept this. So it's going to change that into a structured list. Similarly, let's say there is a paragraph, right? Now, this paragraph has some spelling mistakes, right? It could be a big paragraph, I don't know. So what I can do is I can also apply smart actions to this paragraph and say, choose more option and say improve readability. What it is going to do is it's going to find out all those errors in the content and create a better looking content by optimizing it. So if I can accept, yes, I will add the updated paragraph into the topic. Similarly, let's say I want to summarize this particular paragraph into less words, right? So which is also another kind of optimization when we are looking at reducing the number of words in my content. So I can go ahead and apply smart actions there. And let's say I want to summarize this particular content into smaller or less number of words. Now, the intelligence here would be that it should retain all the key facts, right? Like, for example, the Apollo program ran from 1961 to 72, right? So it's keeping all those facts in the summarized topic as well, right? So it's doing all that. If I want to utilize this or use this, I can accept, but let's say I want to dismiss. Let's take another example on this paragraph. What I want to do is, let's say this time, I want that this particular paragraph should be translated, right? So using the APIs here, I can configure the languages and then utilize one of those and say I want to convert this to German language. This might take a little time because it has to also translate, use some additional APIs to translate and also make sure the formatting is correct, etc. Right? So it will convert it to the selected language you can accept, and it will import that into the system. Right? Now, what you can also do is I'll just do a Control Z here, and I will show you another operation on this. Let's say this is one of the main paragraphs, and I want to use this particular paragraph to act as a short description on this particular topic. Right? So there is no short description as of now. What I can do is I can right-click, say Smart Actions, and say Generate Short Description. So it's going to read through it just like how it can summarize. It can also create a short description from this particular content. And when you accept, it is going to add that content as a short description instead of replacing this. Right? Another example that we saw initially where we converted our simple text to a list. This can also work for a table, right? So you can say write a table with 2 rows with so and so, right? So it can also do something like that, right? So it will create a table, you accept it, it will add a table into your content, right? Similarly, a very simple or basic use case is, let's say you have written some text there, but you are out of ideas, right? What to do. So what you can do is, let's say I've written item 1 and say help me write, right? What it is going to do is, based on the pattern that you've written, it might just create a list which says, okay, item 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? So you want to insert that, yes, go ahead and accept that, right? So it's going to just create a list or just add those paragraphs, right? So those are a few examples where you can utilize machine learning and help authors to improve their productivity by thinking less and relying more on already existing content which is there in the system. So they don't have to search, they don't have to reinvent the wheel, they don't have to rewrite the content which already exists. Right? So all those smart actions help the authors with those capabilities. Now, one of the last things is improving the experience. We know that machine learning algorithms understand natural language. So how to utilize this in a better way? So your content creators are writing the content, but you don't know how the end users or the users are going to search for that content, right? So the great idea would be that if my system is able to interpret the user query and map it to the content which is already written, whatever content is written into the system, the machine learning algorithms or the system is able to map the queries by reducing all the content which is relevant to the query and then returning the results. There are a few examples in this screenshot. We will also see it in a demo very shortly in a few seconds. But think about that. We have written a Apollo spacecraft documentation. One of the simplest searches like Apollo spacecraft, it is going to give me, let's say, the overview topic, and you can click on the link. But look at the other query. What was the cost of Apollo program? Right? It was not written directly in the content. But the search result is able to find that out. So it is able to understand the natural language and give you the actual answer, and with a link to the content where this content is written. Similarly, what was the duration of Apollo program, right? So it can give answers like from this year to this year, and you can go ahead and read more about it. Right? Now let's look at this example, how it works. Right? So let's say I have this particular web output, right? It's a very basic one. Don't focus on the style, but let's look at the content here, right? So let's say there is a specifications table here, right? So what I can do as a user, let's say I've not seen this particular specifications table, I can, let's say, write what was the apex diameter of Apollo spacecraft. Right, if I search for that, this is going to go ahead and find out in all the content, and it returns you this, right? And similarly, when did Apollo project start? Right, so maybe it finds out something relevant, like it ran from this to this year to this year, right? So it's able to interpret, and it is able to map the queries or map the user query to the content which is already written, right? And give you the link to directly go to that particular content piece. So all this is great when it gets applied, right? And it improves the productivity not only of the content creators, but also of the authors, as we understood from various examples. So overall, AI will have huge impact on the future of content creation. Automated writing systems, personalized content, and automated content creation will all become common. This will allow content creators to produce more content in less time and to easily provide personalized experience for the readers and the viewers of your content. AI will be a major factor in transforming the way the content is created today, shared by others in future, right? Because you would think twice when you are writing your content, because you know that there is an algorithm which is going to learn from your content and give appropriate suggestion to the other users. Right? What we have seen in the demo are some of those prospective features of AEM Guides, Adobe's component content management system. And we are thinking further to make this technology work more effectively and productively for the users of AEM Guides. With that, I thank you all for listening our ideas, and we are open to hear questions and get more ideas from the bright minds who are attending this session. Thanks once again.
Hi all, welcome to DITAWORLD 2023. This time around we've got a very interesting solution for you, and we call that as Complex Connection Simple Solution. we are trying to make your CCMS a true content hub by easily connecting with external systems. I am Dilip K, Group Product Manager, Adobe.
And I'm Vinod Gupta, the Senior Engineering Manager at Adobe.
Between us, we are going to quickly run you through what we've got for you. This is not a very unfamiliar scene to most of you, especially the tech talk writers or TechCom writers, as we call them. Why is he really troubled? And you can look at it. He has to juggle between multiple systems, internal, external, the communication systems, the emailing systems, the external systems which he has to get connected to create his own authoring experience or create his own document. And this is not a one-time problem. We have been repeatedly getting this issue from at least a few years now, that the TechCom writers have a lot to really juggle with, fundamentally multiple systems, and more importantly, these systems are somewhere not connected. They're all proprietary in certain nature, or they are probably not in the know of things, or they don't know how to really go about connecting to these systems. So this challenge, we thought, why don't we pick it up, including some of the surveys which we conducted both internally and externally. Almost 1 of 5 customers is having this problem. So we thought this is probably the best time to go and do something around this one. So what's the current state looking like for us today? So if you look at it, the current state, the data source and the source where the data is stored is basically the left hand side circle which you see there. So you could have data in Jira, you could have data in a SQL server, it could be in a MongoDB, it could be in any PIM or a PLM, and then the authoring experience all happens out of AM Guides, which is obviously not directly connected or directly linked. So how does the current connection really happen? These all happen via probably today asking your IT team. They can go and connect to some of these systems and get you that data, which I think is a very fair ask. And we have seen that, I think if you recall, we've had a lot of conversations with our customers who said the first option is probably the most used one.
Definitely, Dilip, definitely. So all those users have to go to their IT team to get the data and then move that around in the format where they want it to be presenting in the AM Guides.
And then comes the second one, which is the copy and paste, which I think is probably the most widely used editing copy and editing tool which we have as a gift for to us, where copy paste has become sort of synonymous with pulling data from one system to the other. And then the third one, which I think is a very primitive way of doing it, where if you can't really copy paste or your IT team doesn't give you, you start entering that data manually, which means the amount of time that's going to take really to get to building or authoring that experience is going to be phenomenally time consuming. That's one which I think is very, very critical. So with that, the current state, which I think is not very different from what we imagined and envisaged, and we figured out with a quick 13 to 15 customers we spoke to, I think this current state really exists in their streams. So it's not something which is new. So what you see is something probably already existing in your respective premises. What are the challenges with these kind of problems? I mean, you can leave the state as is. So I'm sure that's not going to be really a problem if I don't really address it. But what really happens in some of these? There is one big problem is that, especially when, say, IT pulls out, you can typically use your content once. And I think Vinod can sort of validate again here. It is such a wonderful experience. We spoke to a few customers where they were really unhappy with the way their content was used only once and not really getting reused. Vinod, any thoughts there?
Definitely. So as we spoke to Acme Autos in our initial exploratory call, this was one of their strongest use case where they want to pull in data from their external system once and use it. So no editing, nothing is required. They just want to pull it in a specific format, and they will solve that case here.
Then the most important one, I think, is the while you've got the data, the content can probably go stale. And I think, as they say, data being the new oil, the content being equally, I would say, a processed oil. This processed oil can really go stale fast. And which essentially means that there's something changing in the source system which you are not able to capture it. Third, and the most critical of this, is the inconsistent and the fragmented data. Now, there is inconsistency in the data and the fragmentation, primarily because this data is sort of lying all over the place. You don't know where the data is coming in from. If you recall the troubled TechCom writer, as we showed you in the beginning, and this data is sort of spread so much that, especially in large conglomerates, we have seen that probably we don't even know where the source of that data is from. So that's the kind of fragmented data we are looking at here. And then the classical problem of when you have a big team which is sort of spread out in this current day and age of hybrid culture, you typically have people, sort of the authors, also being spread out, not only from a timing perspective, but also from a coverage perspective. We find that a lot of authors are actually spread out by design, and while doing so, you would end up really having hard time collaborating between them, especially with some of these data challenges we have. And last but not the least, any data which is getting published out, you would require those checks and balances, because you don't want any public facing document to be made in a way it is not appropriate. So the manual checks and balances which one has to apply for doing the publish, particularly that if the data is right, is it the right data, is it the correct quality of data which you're pushing out, is it the correct quantum of data we're looking at, that's the manual checks and balance which you're going to be applying here. So with these challenges, we thought, hey, what do we do from here? We if I were to really put that entire dictum of the solution in a line, or in a set of words, we use it a very simple. We use this nice acronym FIRE: fetch, insert, reuse, and edit. Fetch, insert, reuse, and edit. If you recall, if you have to really take these as 4 key takeaways or mantras out of this entire 35 minutes of presentation, I think these 4 are the ones which are going to be sticking to you. So
Dilip, I'm sure that's going to set the house on fire with these 4 keywords that you're providing with this integration.
thank you. Let's go a bit deeper now. So what we have got here is that, as we spoke to our customers and as we figured out what are the things we should be looking at from a connector's perspective, so we ended up building about a few out-of-the-box connectors to AEM guides. So what it really means is something which we will see as a demo, which we know is going to be doing that in a few moments. But fundamentally, we are actually using to the first point of the vision which we had, to make AEM guides as sort of your content repository or the content hub. So we have written connectors which to whatever you've seen on the list here. So we are connecting to Jira, we can connect to Oracle, we can connect to SQL Server, we can connect to Postgre right now. And we are also in conversation with a lot of these PIM, PLM companies and ERP companies to see that, hey, can we partner so that our customers can actually go and benefit from it, to ensure that they have these out-of-the-box connectors available, which essentially means that I don't have to really step out or build my own connector, but fundamentally use the connectors which AEM Guides is providing, and then eventually make your own templates to go in and start to pull the data from the respective sources to create your own content and publish them eventually. Why you should be embracing that? That's a very classic question which most of you would have. Besides the ones which we stated, the challenges, there are a few things which I think is very, very critical. The data retrieval becomes automated, which means that you don't have to rely on your IT, you don't have to do your cut paste, which we spoke of, and of course, definitely not the manual entry, which I think is not is probably the most primitive way in the current generative AI world. I think creating content by typing is probably, I would say, a cardinal sin at this point in time. Then if you really want to go faster to market, one of the best ways to go about is to ensure that you are able to pull the data from the right sources, to ensure that you don't waste time from pulling the data in the right source, and then from the right source and ensuring that it is going into the authoring, and then getting eventually published. So the time to market is something which is very, very appealing, and I think most of your CFOs and CEOs would agree to that. That's a very compelling proposition. Then looking at some automated publishing, that's something which a lot of our customers said, hey, we know where our sources are, and we also know that on the second of the month we need to publish something automatically. So we thought of giving APIs to some of these by connecting to these data sources and ensuring that we can actually do some automated publishing using APIs, where we don't have to rely on a manual push to a manual publish into these kind of activities, which is pretty much straightforward in certain cases. And then the seamless collaboration, which I spoke of. Once you start to see the solution as demo by Vinod, in the section you would find that a lot of content which you see there, a lot of queries which you see there, actually are seamless with respect to collaboration, which means that I can use your query and vice versa, and a set of team members can actually start to use your own data points and actually fetch and reuse. So that's sort of the key mantra for the seamless collaboration. And last but not the least, the automated data synchronization. And if you recall, we spoke of the data going stale. In this case, we end up with an automated data synchronization where the data will keep at any point in time. For example, you feel that there is a change in the source which has happened. Our automated systems would go and fetch that data and keep that ready in case you want to use it either for authoring or publishing. On a stipulated event, you can actually go and fetch the data from the source so that it is the right data all the time. So no more living with a stale data, which is why you should be embracing that. If you feel these 5 reasons are compelling enough, be it faster time to market, which is where you sort of your CEOs and the CFOs make things happy because you're releasing things faster. Your IT is happy because there is a lot of automated data retrieval, which means that they are free to do a lot of other things. Your publishing team is very happy because you're doing automated publishing, which is by way of some APIs. And then between the authors, there is a huge amount of collaboration happening, which means that somebody builds a query and somebody is using that query and probably reusing that query. I mean, it's probably the best way to really solve this. So if these 5 reasons are really compelling, you're going to have a feast in the next few minutes. What are some possibilities what are the possibilities we can look at? And if you look at the left hand side are the industries which you're going to be connecting to. So it right from aviation, aerospace, and these are the industries which we've already spoken to. And be it manufacturing, healthcare, it could be telecom, which I think is very, very important use case there. And on the right hand side, you will find a lot of these standard documentations, which I think most of you are familiar with. So things like training manuals, release notes, installation guides, compliance and regulatory documentation, to name a few. And this list just keeps growing or will keep growing as we go along. So with this, I feel this is a very compelling case for you to kind of look at why you should be doing this in your organizations. If you're already an existing Guides customer, if you're going to be an AEM Guides customer, this is a feature which is just getting beta. We've just got beta a few days back, and we're going to be getting to our most of our customers in the next few days. So you will find this a very compelling use case for you to kind of start to take it and adopt it. With it, I will hand it over to my friend and partner in crime, Vinod, to run through the architecture and the demo of the wonderful solution we've built.
Right. So coming over to the technical architecture, so what we have done is, as you can see in this diagram, there are lots of external data sources that exist in the world. Like Dilip mentioned, lots of sources: Jira, Microsoft SQL Server, PIM, PLM, PostgreSQL database, or any other database for that matter. So to connect to this data source, we are building this integration layer where you see the API connectors. The API connector are the one which will provide a secured connection to your external data source. And then you have the data mapping templates. So your data, your template. You decide whatever format you want to present the data in, pull the data, present the data in that format, and use in your content. So that's the power that is going to come with this integration. As we move next, you can see the generated content. There is content chunk, which is one time pulling the data, inserting it, or data topics. So generate a set of data topics from your data and use that as a reusable component or directly. And then comes the third part, which is maps plus data topics. So generate a complete map along with its topic from your external data source and use that while you're authoring in the. So with that, your complete data is authored. You can reuse it. You can use it as a content chunk, and then you can publish it in PDF, HTML, or AM sites. So that is how these dots are connected, and you do not have to rely upon your IT team to provide you this data and then juggle up with this Excel sheet, struggle with your email to download the data and then author it. So with this solution, you get the power to pull in the data in directly into guides and then go to production. So with that, I'll move on to demo. So you can see I have opened AM guides and I'm the content author. And right now I'm that portion in the Dilip's presentation where I'm troubled with authoring the data. I have to pull in data from external source and depend upon my IT team. So I'm right now going to author the June release of AM guides, and we'll see how this integration is going to ease my life. So the stuff which used to take days will now be done in minutes. So let us look at. So I started with authoring this. So I created my map, and in map I created one of the topic that I want to author. So I start with writing the title, the summary, and then on the upgrade instruction on how to check out what and do whatever. Then the need is to write the new features and enhancement that are going as a part of this release. So this is where I need to contact my IT team or anyone in the organization who will be able to provide this data to me from the Jira. So what we have done is we have added a tab here which is showing us all the data sources that are connected to my system, and I can see Adobe Guides Jira connected here. So there I see the content snippet generators. So these are the snippet generator that I have already created. I'm going to show how it is working. So this snippet generator is going to take a query from the Jira. So this is the query which my connector, which my secured connector understands. And this is the template. So I have multiple list of template here, which I can choose from. So I can put my data as an ordered list, as an unordered list, or as a table, and I can preview that. So a small snippet of that is shown while I'm creating this snippet generator. So that will show you the top 5 result from that query. And I can see the data also which is getting generated simultaneously. So with that, we have created this snippet generator. I decide where to insert. So this is the section where I have new features and enhancement. I go there and insert it. So at this point of time, this is going to live fetch the data from the Jira server, which is external to AM guides. After fetching the data, it will present that in the template that I have chosen, which was the ordered list template here. And we can see the data is live inserted. So it is just 2 seconds and the data is available to me. Now this has been added here as a snippet. So I have the ability to edit it also. So as you can see, I can make some edit there so that I can change some content which, let's say in the public release notes, how they go out versus how they were tracked in my Jira. Then I have to list down all the bug fixes and improvement that has happened. So here I have already created the bugs query, the generator, I come and insert it. So as you would see, the power of templating. So the first list that I pulled was a ordered list. Now this is going to come as a tabular structure where I will show the Jira ID and the description. So this is coming live from the server and rightly inserted there. So this is from the same data, same kind of data from the same Jira server with two templates. I'm able to present my data as an ordered list or in a tabular structure. So this is what Dilip correctly mentioned, that the TechCom writer, the author who was troubled with getting the data from different sources using his IT team who is pasting the data in an Excel. Then from that Excel, he's preparing this uh, data tag to prepare this list in this format, this table he's preparing to pull that. So that stuff is gone, and this is done from those days work to few minutes. We can just review this data and we're done. So I can save this. After this, I can go and publish my map to whatever format, as a AM site, as a PDF, whatever I want, I can go ahead easily. Additionally, suppose this documentation started when the release was already in development, and towards the end of the release, the development team decides that this particular story is not going as a part of the June release. So eventually, what would happen? The version number on this story would be updated. So at that time, the author does not need to remove this line here from here. He just removes the whole section, refetches the data with the updated query, and the data is reflected right away. So that's the power that comes with this simple integration to the external system. As Dilip mentioned, complex connection, simple solution. Moving over to the second use case that I'm going to show here. So now assume we discussed about the Acme Autos, right? So I'm the Acme Autos company, wherein I have the need to present my data in a particular format on my website. So taking as an example, so this is the model B2 of this automobile manufacturer Acme Autos, where they provide detail about the vehicle B2 with their basic detail like maker, model, price, year, body type. Then a second section of the dealer location, followed by a photo gallery, followed by the features. So this is just a template used here for demo purpose, but in that format, the company wants to present its data about different products they have on that autos. So to pull this data, they need to create this kind of pages for each and every model, and we can understand from the complexity of this arrangement that this data would not be lying in one table in my database. So generally, this is a connection to my PIM system where the basic detail would be stored in one of the table, the dealer location for that in some other table, then the photo galleries, then the features in different way in my database. But the PIM system would be providing me the required set of APIs to fetch the detail for a particular vehicle, using which I'm able to author it. So I created a template on top of the data that I received from my system, from my secured connector, wherein I have put a body. Inside the body, I have created a table with the basic detail, followed by the dealer location, followed by the photo gallery, like that. Now, where is the power coming in from the connector that I'm providing? So at this point of time, I have 3 vehicles and I have authored for each one of them. Now, let's say 2 more vehicles have been released and the system admin receives a notification that the car catalog has been updated. So new data is available for the cars. So what I need to do? I just need to go and refresh my data. So I move to my data sources. I go to my database and in the topic generator. So this is the example of the topic generator. I go and refresh my data. So as soon as I refresh this, a background job runs that will start generating the data for the newly inserted vehicles in the system, and I can see as I refresh this folder, the 2 new vehicles have been added here with this new thing. So we can see their data is appropriately inserted, and we can just use that. So we can just review this data. If this all looks okay to the map which we are authoring right now, I can move the new topics there after I have done my validation of the data inside them for each one of them. Obviously, this is going to be correct, but a proofread can be done. I can save it and then just go ahead with the publishing of my map. So with this 2-minute integration that we did, the work that it was going to take hours, days, or weeks to pull in that data for the newly inserted vehicles is done in few minutes. That's the power which is coming with this simple connector that we have written for the Acme Autos. Now consider the third use case. So Acme Autos did its release of the first manual, wherein they have a cover page where they were showing the photo of a car and lots of detail inside that for the model B1 which they are selling in the market. So as a result of A/B testing, the company decides 2 months later that the cover page needs to change. Maybe a different image is getting more value from the customer, more traction from the customer. So they decide to change the image. Now, how would the system know? So they got the notification that the image is updated. The author just goes, refresh the car data. I'm on the same manual, and when I see it, it has the updated image. So I refreshed my data again, and without me have to worrying about how to change this image, how to change the content which has been changed in the external system, my data is up to date. So as Dilip said in his use case, that getting the data stale in the manual documentation is very common use case. So we are out of that stage with the power of refreshing from the external source to my current source. We get to update the data in few minutes. With that, that's the end of the demo, and we are building some strong connectors for different applications. As Dilip said, for the SQL database, for Jira, for lots of PIM and PLM system, we are already in talks with different companies to build those connectors. So if you have a list of system that you are using, feel free to relay that message to us, and we'll try to build an out-of-box connector for you. Although the connector layer that we have written is extendable, so you would need to do some part, and you can create your own connector for your own system if that is the need. With that, thank you all for being a very good listener. With that, I and Dilip would sign off for today. Thank you for your time.
Thanks a lot, Vinod. This is a wonderful presentation. I think what I spoke in the initial and what we got on the PPT, you have got it up and live now to be used by customers. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to our last session today. Let's talk about why structured content is maybe more than you think. If we talk about structured content, we mostly think about documentation, and of course that's the basic form of our work. And now let's see how we maybe can go from a structured documentation to a process configuration. That's what I want to show you, and our topic will be a little bit data basic. So we will talk about what is specialization and why do we need specialization, and after that let's go to a sample that we are currently implementing for our tools to connect our documentation with our software or web interfaces. So one few words to me and about CRX.net GmbH. I'm Markus Wiedenmeier. I'm CEO of the CRX.net GmbH. We are located in Germany, in the south of Germany, near the Lake of Constance. And we have two software modules in the cloud. One is DTS, which is digital transformation service. So we convert any format to any other format, so we can convert Word, InDesign, FrameMaker, any unstructured document like ASCII-Doc or Mac Docs or Markdown to DITA, and from there to FrameMaker or to Word, or we do a lot of things at the moment with AI and mostly with machine translation. And and what we do is not simply convert a Word document to another format. We extract information as a rule-based engine, and then we send this to our own information delivery service, which is based on IRDS, but we can also deliver content to any other system like AEM Guides or so. And this is pretty cool. So, and this graphic shows what, or symbolize what we do. On the left side, we handle formats like Word, InDesign, or XML, and FrameMaker, of course, but also any other unstructured documents. We have support of 20 plus formats at the moment, but we also integrate data services like OpenAI or Congruent, DeepL, and other data services, which helps us to automate data processing. IRDS is a main part besides DITA, of course. DITA is the core of our system, and IRDS is the result when it goes to information delivery. IRDS is a standard defined by TCOM in Germany and addresses Industry 4.0 use cases and delivery scenarios based on metadata and knowledge graphs. So the agenda today, I told you at the beginning, is about specialization. So let's talk about what is specialization. Maybe you can think about why you don't specialize your data structures when I talk about that, and how we can create a custom document topic type, and how specialization works in processes. And then I have a topic which I call documentation first, and as everything is first, why should not be documentation comes first before functionality. So documentation is ready before functionality is there. So that's a nice approach and thinking, but of course we are talking about an holistic approach and nothing is first, but let's have this topic here. And then, of course, the summarization at the end of this talk. A few days ago, there was a question on LinkedIn in the DITA forum, and there was a question why there is no T-foot element, no footer, table footer in the DITA structure defined. So I tried to ask ChatGPT to answer this question, and I was surprised that I couldn't have said it better than ChatGPT does. So first thing, the first answer is that he recognized that there is no T-foot element in the table. So and that's correct. DITA supports only T-head, so a table header, and T-body, so table body, but no footer table elements. And then ChatGPT answers that DITA doesn't include the T-food element, as it could be because it was terminated that the feature wasn't necessary for the kinds of documents that DITA is used to create. So in other words, it's by design. So anyone who decided to define the table structure for DITA, he decides that it is based on the Karl's table model, but he reduces that and does not support include the T-food element or exclude the T-food element, let's say it that way, for some reason. So it's a design decision. So very great answer, I think. And the other thing is about specialization. It's important to note that DITA is customizable framework. Specialized DTD, document type definitions, or XML schemas can be created to add a T-food feature if it's needed for a specific application. So in other words, if you need a T-food element, DITA says specialize the TTD, and then you can have this T-food element and work with the table footer in your custom document type. So that's what ChatGPT says. And let's have a look at the DITA standard. What says the DITA standard about specialization? DITA is designed for creating new document types and describing new information domains based on existing types and domains. So DITA is designed to specialize. If I talk to our customers or to some customers, which are mine, because mine are always get a specialized DITA environment, they told me no, they don't want to specialize DITA because there is so much effort to do and maintain this stuff, and they want to keep with the standard or stay with the standard and use the standard as it is because they have bad experiences in the past to get customized stuff maintained. But DITA is designed to specialize, and that's in the very beginning of the documentation. And this means that you are always with the standard, even if you specialize. So you don't have a custom XML environment, you have a standard environment because DITA, the basic of DITA is specialization and to fit document types for your needs. And that's where there is the word Darwin in DITA. So DITA stands for Darwin Information Type Architecture, and Charles Darwin stands for specialization. So specialization of different species. Okay, let's go for the process for creating new types and domains is called specialization. So if we do, if we create new topic types, as we will do it later, we are talking about specialization. And this is similar to how classes in an object-oriented system can be inherited, the methods of ancestor classes. So what does this mean? So this is similar to how classes in an object-oriented system can inherit the methods of ancestor classes. So we are in the area of the software development. So object-oriented systems are created in software development. And this means that we have classes which inherits from each other. So the base class is person, for example, in an object-oriented system. And a special person is student, and another special person is teacher. And these are the student and the teacher have properties which are the same. So let's say they have a property, it's age, how old is someone, and have a name or something different. But in context of a university, a student has subjects, so subjects where he is learning some stuff, and he has a functionality to learn. So that's a special student class. And the teacher has skills of topics he can teach and learn others. So there's a teach functionality. So we have a common class person which has common properties for every person in the world. You can use that class, and you have a specialized persons like students and teachers with its own properties and skills. So if we go back to DITA, away from the software development, let's see how we can create a semantic structure for a parameter list, for a special parameter list which has categories and special properties of a parameter. So what we need is to document a parameter list. This is a category at first, and this parameter list can have one or more parameters, and each parameter can have some property, a name, a label, a tooltip, value, text, and selection. And what's missing here is the description, of course, where we at our documentation stuff. So if we go to DITA, and we saw that we need a parameter list, so we can go to DITA and see what lists are available. So we have OL for ordered lists, we have UL for unordered lists, and we have DL for definition lists. So that's in a generic domain, which comes from the base DTDs. And we have a special domain, it's a programming domain. We have a parameter list with parameter list entries and parameter terms and parameter descriptions. So if you go deeper, you see that we were in a programming domain. So programming domain means that we have specialized content even in the DITA standard. So PL entry, it's parameter, one parameter in the parameter list, inherits the properties from DL entry, definition list entry. And it does not have the same element names. DL entry is DT for definition term, DD for definition description. PL entry has its own elements, it's PT and PD. So if we have a look at the EDD, we find a class attribute at the DL entry element. This class attribute has a value topic/DL entry. So topic is the domain, so it's a basic domain, and it has a name DL entry. If we inherit PL entry in DL entry, we see that there is also a class, and this class is inherited from DL entry. So you see the yellow underlined DL entry part, which comes from the DL entry element. And we add a PL entry class in the programming domain. PR-D stands for programming domain. So this is how DITA itself specializes elements in the standard. So specialization is standard. So, and I think we want to have a parameter list. So I think param L is a good starting point for us, and let's see what is possible there. So we can describe one or more parameters and give the parameter name and a parameter description to that. But we don't have more semantics like a label or a tooltip or the type of values or so. So we don't have such elements in this PL entry element. And this is the documentation we want to have when we are finished with our process of specialization. We want to have a category with a name, a label, a tooltip, and the following parameters are grouped in category. My category is the documentation of this category. Then we have the parameter name host URL with the label host address, tooltip, provide the host URL, a note for our a note which represents a documentation for this parameter. We have a default value which is empty. We have a placeholder which is shown as a watermark in this control. So now we can define our now, this is the structure we want to have in general to define our parameters, right? So, and labels, tooltips is not the same as a name, as the name is language neutral, but the label itself depends on the language. So we have the host address in English and host address in German. So this is yeah, multilingual content, which needs to be translated. So let's go to our parameter list and try to implement this kind of documentation. So at first it looks very great. We have all the content we need on the right side, and we have found a valid structure. So we have parameter list, we have the parameter list entry to define each parameters. Sorry. Then we have the category name, and here below we have the host URL, the parameter term or parameter name, and all the description. But we don't have any semantics for that. And what most of DTDs or DITA implementation does in this case is to add an output class and add this semantic to the output class. And output class is defined as attribute to control the output, but mostly often it's used to also to generate or to add some semantics and handle the publication process from that. So, and what you see there, we don't have semantics, we have the output class. The user is responsible to select and assign the output class. There is not defined that the label must come before the tooltip, so we have no structure and no user assistance here, so it's still responsible of the user. You can go with that because you have all the information in there, but I think it's very complicated. So I think we should specialize this parameter list entry structure and enhance our inheritance structure, transform the standard, and add an app parent element which inherits from PL entry. So it's the same as PL entry, but has some own properties like the param name, the param label, the param description. And what we need to do in our DTD or EDD in FrameMaker is to simply define the element. It's app parent. App parent has a rule to add the elements. So we need an app parent name, app parent label, app parent tooltip, app parent description element. And as all is inherited from PL entry, we add a class, copy the class values from PL entry, and add our own domain. So we have a domain which is CREX process parents, and there we have the parameter name, or the element name again, okay? So, and this is the structure which comes from this documentation. So we have a clear structure. We define that there must be a name element, a label element, a tooltip, and there must be a description in the parameter which can have a node or a p element, and we have value text and placeholders. And so we have a very clear structure, and as you can see here in this stuff, everything which is defined here is mandatory. So user has to use and define this information in this order, and so we can do nothing wrong here. So I think it's more user friendly than having the other structure with the parameter list. So what did we achieve so far? So we created our own DITA domain. We created a process domain, CRX process domain. We have a semantic in the elements. We focus on data and not on documentation, as we do not only write the documentation here, following parameters are grouped in the category mail category. We also add semantics, the labels, the tooltips, and the name of the parameter. And we focus on users' need. Users in this case is the technical writer, to give him a great user assistance, user guidance. And as we are DITA compliant, we can share all our documents, our DITA documents, with third parties, like we can do it with other topics. The only thing which needs to be done is to share the DTDs with them also. Not only the contents, or give them the DTDs so they can integrate them in their environment, and so third parties can also use your content. We have valid output as defined by basic classes, as we have an inheritance. All the elements we define behaves like the basic class. So app para behaves like a PL entry when we go to PDF or HTML, as long as we don't override these rules. So it doesn't matter if you have a PL entry or an app para, the content comes out without any changes. And now we can, we have in DITA OT, for example, in FrameMaker, the possibility to fit the layout for new needs. Ready for new use cases, so we can go to, we are ready for our documentation first approach, so, or other use cases. So as we have this semantic behind that, so we can go to publish this stuff to a knowledge graph-based system. But let's explain why we don't need, we only need to define our structure, and all behaves like foreign. Maybe we can use the XLIF configuration. We can do in FrameMaker. As you know, FrameMaker has support of XLIF export import functionality. You go to File, Translation export, or XLIF export, and you get this dialog. Sorry for that it is in German, but I think if you have a DITA document, you can export it as XLIF and send it to your translator, and translator can use this standard to have an easy access to your data, to translate it and send it back to you. But when we go to this dialog, we see in the second control XTS file, and this XTS file has a configuration for the conversion of DITA files to XLIF. And let's say we have a structure like this. We have a DL element, we have a param list, and we have our custom app parameters. What do we need to do when we configure this? And let's say we are not in a DITA environment. These elements are in a proprietary XML structure which does not support inheritance. So what we need to do is that we need to define a rule for the definition list and all its childs. And we need to find a translation rule for the parameter list and all its childs. And we need to define a parameters list and all its childs. And that's, I think, the problem a lot of the customers have who don't need to specialize, that they think they need to do it that way. And maybe they had some bad implementation of the structures in the past, and so they are burned with this topic. So, but that's the reason. Even if you add a new element in a proprietary system, you need to define it in the translation rules. You need to define it in the publication rules. So now let's go to DITA-based configuration. It's the ITS rules for DITA. And as you see, we have three translation rules that we had before, right? Here we have 9. Now we have the first 3 for the definition list. But there's something different. We have a rule which says all elements which contains the class topic DL behaves like this. All elements with the class topic DL entry behaves like this. And all the topics with all the elements with the class topic DTD behaves like this. And so we have the standard configuration, and as we saw before, we have the class element defined that it always, the class element for app parent is defined as topic DL entry, programming domain PL entry, CRF process parameters, app parent. So this class contains the string DL entry, so this rule works for the programming domain and our custom domain. So there's nothing to do for the translation process. Just when we want to have a special behavior that we don't want app parent elements be translated, we need to configure it in the ITS overrules. But we want to have them translated, of course, and then we don't need to do anything in this process. It just works. And this is the result, the XLIF result when we export this. And this is the same that we have in both scenarios, in the XML with no inheritance and the XML with inheritance. Okay, so the same for the translator is the same, but the effort to configure the stuff is not there in this case, okay? So now let's go to the part why we did this stuff. Why do we need this domain? And I call this documentation first, and we were thinking how we can develop or integrate the documentation in our own system. And yeah, so we need documentation. We have a lot of customization, custom specific environments. This is done by some project managers, and they define the processes and the steps of which are in pipeline, and yeah, they know what they do, and in that step they can configure the process and document it as well. So we thought, why should it be possible? Shouldn't it be possible that we can write the documentation and derive the configuration and the UI in the web user interface from the documentation? So write the documentation first and then have the functionality in your system. Let's see how we can do this. We have a process which translates content which is stored in AEM guides, which is translated fully automatically with people, and target languages are fully automatically imported to AEM guides, and so they are ready to publish to whatever. So we have functionality in there to keep the terminology which comes from outside, which is then defined in the process. And so we get a very, very great translation result. We use this process on our own website, and Haufe translates all their documentation from English to German for German market. And this is the UI we have implemented so far. So we want to translate DITA content with DITA. So we have some XLIF settings. We want to apply SRX rules, and our source language is German. Then we have some DITA specific settings. This is one of them that we want to, that a user can define if they want to resolve the variables, the key definitions within this project to give people more context, or if they want to have the placeholder content when you go to DeepL. And then we have the DeepL setting itself, the API key, the host, and the target language we want to use DeepL to translate to. So we want to translate from German to English and French. And our configuration for this looks like that. The DeepL settings here, for examples, we have DeepL API keys, some documentation, some labels, some tool stuff. Then we have the DeepL host URL. And this is the documentation we write so far, and this represents the UI you see here. DeepL API, DeepL host, DeepL languages, right? So this is this documentation for the dialog. And this is, you see the structure is already ready with the parameter structure we defined before. And now we want to have some quality checks included. So we want to check if the quality of the source language is good enough that we can use the DeepL translation process. And after the translation process, we want to check the quality of the target languages. For this, we integrate Concrete to check the quality and the styling of this text, so they can give us some report, and maybe they can exchange some translations defined by rules which are defined behind the Concrete system. Okay, so this is an extension. So, and what do we need to do for this? Of course, at first, we need to have a dialog like this. We want to have a quality assurance settings. Users should be able to define the Concrete host, how he should be able to authorize the username password, which term base should be used, which cultures do we need to support in the translation process. This is can be read out of the context of the complete process, and we have some language checking rules and testing phase. So when should the content be checked? Should it be checked the source or the translation? And this is what the user can select here. So that's the target we want to have. And this is the documentation for that. Yeah, so we have the quality assurance part, we have the Concrete part, Concrete settings part, it's an app parameters element, and then we have the host API URL, the authentication type, and you see that there is some documentation for this parameter authentication type with a note, or that with the note that Scriptorium at the moment only supports the user password authorization. So this is information which comes to the documentation and the user needs so far. But before we start, we need to implement the interface to the Concrete. So of course, so there is some development to do that we can integrate Concrete in our pipeline. And so we need to have some properties. This is something which is defined in the source code. This is C#, so we are in the .NET environment. And we have the properties for the authorization part. And you see that there is a property parameter mapping name. And this mapping name is defined to get a relation to our documentation. So we have the concrete host API URL, this is the ID, and this relates to the host API URL in the context of concrete in the documentation. So this is our interface, and maybe you see something similar when you implement context-sensitive help or something like that, and you need to have this interface between development and technical documentation department, right? So this is something you need to check. But you can also automate it and use this stuff with the documentation and generate this data structure automatically when the software is built. So you can integrate this also with your when the new software build is made, you can integrate that automatically in the technical documentation environment. Okay, this is what we need to do. Then we write our documentation. This is the only part where we have to consult the development department and define the interface for those. This is the only part. And then we can publish our content, we can write our content, of course, and then we can publish our content to PDF, to IRDS, and to our customer portal. So quite easy. So far we have a PDF documentation, we have IRDS with a lot of metadata. And this is how a PDF looks like. It's our cover page, of course. Then we have the documentation. You see the concrete settings below, the host API, the authorization type. And then we have the username, the password, the firm base, the cultures, and the rule set and language check, and furthermore, which is necessary. So all this stuff here is written by the project manager as he configures this process. And if we are here in our UI, we also have direct access to our online help, as this dialog and this topic is in relation with some IDs and the connection. And not only this topic, every parameter which is described here is available here. So we can, all this this label, for example, comes out of the documentation of the okay, and all is connected. Each parameter and the dialog itself is connected. So, but what we also do is to generate the data map with the data OT and create a JSON file for each transformation scenario, which is imported in our web application. And this is the JSON file, our web application import interface. So we can generate this JSON file, put it to the, upload it to our server, and then we have the complete process, translate data with DeepL, and we see here that there is the concrete documentation and the concrete field and parameter definition defined here. So we have the host API document, and we say it's editable, or it's a required parameter, or is it an optional parameter? In this case, it's required. Then we have the name, we have the label, and we have the tooltip. And you see this is language dependent. As at the very beginning of this file, there is a language parameter, which means this is German content. So we can translate our data topic, and as soon as it's translated, we can send this this configuration file to the server, and we have a multilingual UI, even in project-specific environments. Okay, so let's summarize what we did so far. We have a process and the participants. We have the developer which defines the attribute classes. So it defines which IDs are needed and which parameters are available. The technical writer writes the documentation for this module or for this class and implements the interface between the software class and the documentation topic. And then we have the project manager planning and documentation customer processes. That's his responsibility. And then we have the user, which has all the information in multilingual content together in the UI at one point. No separate portal. All the labels and documentation is available in multiple languages. Okay, so let's see what the developer has. The developer can focus now on core and module development, and the only thing he has to care is to define this parameters stuff. As we moved from the configuration to the documentation, there's no need to implement a user interface to handle all these parameter definitions. You can use DITA to configure this, and this saved us a few days, or more than a few days of work to implement that logic and the user interface, and to have a cool and usable user interface. So there's less work now in the development department for that. And we have software documentation, which is context sensitive. And this context sensitive help is available for down to the parameter, or even to the parameter value, as every information is identifiable. The most benefit we have in the technical documentation is that we have the processes under control of the technical documentation, which means we have stable build processes, we have stable translation processes, and stable publishing processes. And for me, what happens in our project now at the moment is that a lot of this technical documentation knowledge moves to the development department because they want to have content translated, content published to anything else, to anything they think they need, and they pass the technical writers with their knowledge, with their big knowledge. So we can have control of the process in the tech writer department. Then the project manager does its job, so he's responsible for customization and the documentation, and this can be done at one place. No need to switch to the application. He writes in DITA and then publishes to the web UI, and then functionality is available. And then we have the user, the customer. He can be sure that everything is well documented at that point when the functionality is there. We have multilingual content, which is part of our standard processes, and we have also multilingual user interface, as labels, toolkits, placeholders are translated in one way with the other content. So there's no need to consult the development department and to discuss how things needs to be translated. It's given by the normal translation process and by the project manager. And for me, as a CEO, I love that when documentation is finished before the function is available, and we have a completely digitalized process. We have changed the way of thinking, how we think documentation, and this leads to another completely other approach. And as we share data between the departments, we have a digitalized process here. And then we have specialization in data, and we have a use case for that. We have a lot of use cases, but this is one. And specialization is that what distinguishes data from any other XMS standard, as inheritance is the basic one of the basic concepts of data. Users, tech writers are happy in our project with specialization, as they don't need to take care about things they don't need. And at least, last but not least, specialization means that we have semantics and we are ready for digitalization processes and to generate knowledge graphs. So back to Charles Darwin. He said, it's not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent, but rather the one most adaptable to change. And I think in this case of data, this means that we need to fit our documents and topic types for our needs, and to spend money to maintain our data structures. It's our money. So thanks for your attention, and you find a lot of information on our blog here. You can connect with us on social media, and contact us if you want to have more information and insights. We are happy to share it with you. So thank you very much for your time, and see you in the chat. Thank you very much.